here in Hove, and especially on a day like this when there's barely a cloud in the sky. The heart lifts looking out on this lovely ground. It really does. And Leicestershire hearts are quite lifted at the moment, I have to say, with 2 wins out of 2 in the competition so far. Started with wins at Surrey and at Middlesex. So 3 away wins on the bounce. The Foxes would be flying high.
They would. The first Freudian mistake of the day, of course, it's Ian Blackwell and James Treadwell. So my apologies, not Ian Bracewell, who's a New Zealand cricketer. The first thing we ought to do as well is to just do a little sound check around the ground. There's my good friend Tim, who's waving his cap wildly at the top of the stand. Thank you, Tim. Lovely to see you. We had a little chat this morning about the Albion and about Sussex as well. Always good to see you, Tim, and thank you for coming and saying hello. No sign of Julian this morning. Oh, he is there. Julian is there. He's waving his hat. I thought he might be... I don't know if he's going to sneak off to watch the Albion game at 2 o'clock today. We shall see. But good to see Julian. Good to see Tim. So if you're listening around the ground, I know you're going out live and clear on the headset. Let you do the honours first of all, Richard. Leicester have won their first 2 games. What's the team news today?
They are as the card with 1 change. Nat Bowley, the young off-spinner, drops out. Roman Walker, young seamer, comes in. So they obviously feel that if, as we believe to be the case, this is the same pitch as was used on Friday, which had a little bit of pace to it, you tell me.
No, it did.
They have decided to go with the extra seamer instead of the off-spinner. Always a risk, and they will need, I suspect, plenty of runs to put this Sussex side under pressure. The 2 openers are out in the middle, Nick Welsh and Rishi Patel, a relatively young combination.
And it's going to be Ari Carvelos who's going to start for Sussex. Just to run through the Sussex card for you, I'll do in a minute, as Carvelos runs in from the sea end of the ground, coming in to bowl the first ball of the match to Nick Welsh. He's in and bowls, and Welsh plays onto the onside, fielded there by the eager Archie Lennon, and there is no run. So 2 changes for Sussex. Ollie Robinson, who played in the game on Friday, drops out. He's going to play for England Lions against South Africa at Canterbury at a game that starts on Tuesday. So we didn't expect to see Ollie today, and we wish him well in that game on Tuesday. So he's replaced, just break off for a moment as Carvelos comes in again. 2 slips go down. He's in and bowls to Welsh, who's solidly fought a ball of good length, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. You can probably hear the cries of "well bowled, Harry." And 2 dot balls to start proceedings off. So Brad Curry returns to the side. He played in the first match at Trent Bridge, but then missed out here on Friday. And the other change is Henry Crocombe, who hasn't played so far in the competition. He replaces Sean Hunt, who has so far placed in both games. So a bit of juggling around of the Sussex attackers. In comes Carvelos, who bowls. He's played in all 3 games so far, and another good length delivery. Played out into the offside by Welsh, and again there is no run. A very warm welcome if you're listening on the BBC, or you may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream with the cameras at either end of the ground, and the fellas working very hard to make it all look good during the day. And if you're watching that way, you'll see that there is barely a cloud in the sky as Carvelos runs away from us, up the hill from the sea end of the ground. He comes in the bowl to Welsh, who lets that one pass by outside the off stump. Tom Alsop took the ball in front of first slip and had an anxious look towards umpire Ian Blackwell, just to make sure it wasn't a wide, and it was probably right on the cusp. So 4 good deliveries, and I have to say Ari Carvelos has impressed for Sussex, a name I have to say I knew nothing of until a month ago when he made his debut at Lord's. He made runs in that game, he took wickets since, and he started off well here today. Runs away from us, bowls, and he beats Welsh outside the off stump with a ball that maybe kept a little low. He was looking to cut that one away, and there is no run. This is power play 1, which means for the first 10 overs, Sussex are allowed 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. Those 2 fielders, one all the way down at third man, the other at deep mid-wicket. And Sussex with 2 slips in place. Delray Rawlins, who had a magnificent game on Friday, and Tom Clark standing next to him. As in comes Carvelos, bowls, and Welsh gets hit on the thigh pad. The ball bounces onto the leg side. It's going to be a leg bye, yes indeed, leg bye. So a maiden over to start for Ari Carvelos. That gets greeted with a good round of applause around the ground here at Hove. I doubt it'll be such a big crowd as was here on a Friday. Well, it really was a good crowd. Officially, it was about 1,800, but it looked more to me than that. A lot of people in there, a lot of people in the corporate area as well. But nonetheless, on a lovely day, and with so little cricket at this lovely ground between now and September, I think people are just making the most of it. There's no county championship cricket here until the middle of September, so I think people are just glad to get out and see some cricket. And it's going to be Brad Curry who's going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, and he's going to be bowling to Nick Welsh, having taken that single, that leg by off the opening ball, off the final ball of the over. I'm going to put the kettle on. I'm going to leave you with Richard, who's going to describe this next over.
Is there a more welcome sentence in the English language? I'm going to put the kettle on. So Curry, left arm, is going to come down the slope to bowl to Welsh, open stance with the left armour. Curry is in, bowls pretty wide, and that will be signalled wide, I believe, by umpire Treadwell, and Julie is just pushed it across Nick Welsh, but a little bit too far. Come on, Brad, is the shout. To Bradley Curry, just the one slip for Curry. Sussex in lurid pink. Well, most of the colours in this competition are fairly lurid. Leicestershire in customary sort of lime green, but this time they've sort of got a red top as well. In goes Curry and bowls again pretty wide, and that must have been marginal, but umpire Treadwell decides, well, we've all got to get finished today, so I'll let that one go. Crowd gradually beginning to increase around this lovely ground, especially away to our left here in the commentary box. Popular stand to the left of the pavilion as we look at it. Curry is in again, flirting with that blue line, but flirting successfully, i.e. close enough not to be signalled wide. Carried nice to the keeper. Tom Alsop. Next to Alsop, Tom Clark made a very good century against Leicestershire in the county championship a month ago. Curry is in, bowls wide, crashed away through the offside by Welsh. Width has been there throughout the over, and although Welsh didn't get to the pitch of it and was prepared to hit the ball in the air, he got plenty of bat on it, crashed it away through the covers, about a sort of foot and a half off the ground and into the advertising hoardings, indeed over the advertising hoardings adjoining the electronic scoreboard over there. Fielder has to clamber over into, I think it's a sort of a little hospitality box next to the electronic scoreboard. First boundary of the innings to Nick Welsh, Zimbabwe born. Made a very fine century in the first match. In goes Curry and bowls, much straighter this time. A little bit of shape back in. We have an almost perfect view. The left armour coming down the slope. And did just shape back in. Welsh played it nicely back up the pitch to Curry. Yeah, made a very good unbeaten century, 127, I think it was, off 125 balls, Nick Welsh, in Leicestershire's first win of this campaign. Thank you, Adrian. Cup of tea arrives. Good to see. In goes Curry and bowled him! It swung back in, took the inside edge. Welsh didn't use his feet very well at all, and on to the leg stump, which crashes out of the ground. So Nick Welsh, short stay at the crease, and Sussex have their first wicket in just the second over. What a joyous sight that is for young Brad Curry, coming down the slope, leapt into the air with both arms raised. An immediate breakthrough for the Sharks. Leicestershire are 6 for 1.
Well, as you say, terrific start for Sussex. And both Brad Curry and Ari Carvalhos, as I say, they made their debuts. Sussex had a bowling crisis, Richard, for much of the season with injuries, etc. And so these two players came in. Brad Curry, who's the brother of Scott Curry, who plays down at Hampshire, and Larry Carvalhos, who I knew very little about, if anything, have come in, and they've both done really well. Brad Curry didn't play on Friday. against Gloucestershire. Ollie Robinson played, but they've both done really well. So that's a very good start for Sussex. That's like crisis in the tea room, I have to say. Richard wanted a cup of tea, and I made the first one, and I looked at it and I thought, that looks disgusting, and it was, because the milk was off. So we had some out-of-date milk, but that's now been poured away, and then there was some new milk there. So it was my fault. I looked at the wrong bottle of milk. So you've now got a cup of tea that probably still doesn't taste very nice, but at least it hasn't got off milk in it, Richard, is the main thing.
It smells fine, Adrian.
Yeah,
looks very good as well.
So breakthrough for Sussex, as you say, and they'll be delighted about it. As I say, I'm almost 100% certain this is the same pitch, but I don't know whether the lads on the streams might be able to get a confirmation of that. But it certainly looks to be in an almost identical position. And Julian, who sits up in the top deck of the Sven Karma, was saying the other day, why are all the wickets being cut over towards the scoreboard? Because we've got a great view, and it's not quite such a good view from the top deck over there.
Louis Kimber has come in to replace Nick Welsh. Curry bowls outside off stump. That's going to be close to a wide as well, but he gets away with that one as well. A reasonable over from Brad Curry. Made extremely young man from Lincolnshire has been in super form in recent games as well. Of course, made his maiden first-class century on this ground. Was it about a month ago now?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
In that game of extraordinary records that Leicestershire racked up. Their record first-class score and a record partnership and record scores for Messrs Ackerman and Mulder. Mulder's here and in form.
Yes, he hasn't stopped making runs, has he? In comes Carvelas, bowls, and hits to the pad. That's tight, and he's out. Given out, playing forward with Rishi Patel, and he's LBW to Harry Carvelas. And a terrific start for Sussex. Second wicket goes down, and Leicestershire are 6 for 2. And I have to say, from where we're sitting here,
plumb.
That did look very out.
Plumb, absolutely plumb. No question of that not being out. We have a very good view, and it was a sort of tentative half-forward prod from Patel. And there was no question that was going to go on and crash into probably middle stump, to be quite honest. And Patel walks off disconsolate. And Sussex cock a hoop, 6 for 2. The Foxes in just the third over, first ball of the third over, and both openers have gone.
Yes, I mean, it's in toss with Cheteshwar Pujara winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. And your immediate thought on a lovely day like today, on what I think is a good pitch, is that, clearly Sussex would prefer to be chasing, although they batted first on Friday against Gloucestershire. But just maybe there's just a little bit there for the bowlers. Certainly it was a good straight delivery from Carvelas, and it was one of those that the batsman was probably barely daring to look at the umpire. So double breakthrough. Patel on his way without troubling the scores. Nick Welsh for 4. There's an awful long way to go, but Sussex will be thrilled as he's coming out here at number 4.
It should be Lewis Hill, should be the skipper, in his lurid green pads. It is indeed Lewis Hill. He would have been hoping to have been sitting back and watching the openers put together a decent foundation, but he's going to have to do the work himself in company with Louis Kimber. Louis Kimber's an extraordinary young man, really, quite brilliant talent. Board, really, one of 3 brothers, and his brother Nick plays for Surrey, and inevitably it was Kimber caught Kimber against Surrey at the start of the week.
Yeah, made 104 in that game here. Leicestershire racked up that 756 for 4. So in comes Carvelas, bowls to that cut back. That didn't miss the off stump by very much. He's getting a good deal of movement here, Harry Carvelas. He let it go, did Lewis Hill, and you could just tell by Carvelas' reaction, and indeed Slip Corden and Tom Alsop behind the stumps, that wasn't very far away from the off stump. And you mentioned Lewis Hill's pads. They are more fluorescent green than the other batsmen who've been out so far. They really are. Very bright green. As in comes Carvelas in a bowl. Oh, and all this hit, that was, looked like it was probably just going down the leg side.
Did too much to run.
Yeah, it did.
Struggled a little bit, Lewis Hill, in the competition so far. 17 against Surrey, 2 against Middlesex, both on pretty decent batting tracks. So, although he's been in good form with the bat generally, he could do with an innings, and he's going to have to work hard here to get through this opening spell.
Runs away from us, plus by Blackwell bowls, and Hill is full, punches that into the covers, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim, and there is no run. There are still the 2 slips in place, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a short fine leg, the 2 fielders outside of the circle during this first power play. A third man, looks like Henry Crocombe all the way down on the third man boundary, and a deep square leg, or deep mid-wicket almost really, right underneath the scoreboard. That's Ali Orr out there. In comes Carvelas again, bowls, and Hill again lets that one go. And good carry again through to Tom Alsop, who took that round about his midriff. Alsop, who's taken over wicket-keeping duties for this competition. He's kept in both games so far, with the defeat at Trent Bridge and then the win against Gloucestershire on Friday, taking over from Ollie Carter, who hasn't actually started either of the games as a batsman, as in comes Carvelas, bowls, and Upish, and that was just out of the clutches of Harrison Ward at backward point. That was very, very third wicket going down. Ward, he dived away to his right at point, just couldn't quite get a hand to it. Hill gets underway with the boundary, but his heart would have been in his mouth, and Leicestershire at the end of the third over are 10 for 2.
Absolutely flirting with disaster there, Lewis Hill. But he went through with the shot. He's had a slightly fortunate break. Can he go on and make the most of it? He's having a chat now to Louis Kimber. Lewis and Louis. Lewis, L-O... I was asking for it, wasn't it? L-O-U-I-S, but we don't pronounce the S. It's going to be Curry, obviously, to continue. Down the slope he comes and bowls, slightly short of a length. Kimber stays on his back foot, and as the ball bounces up and swings a little bit back towards him, just turns the bat face on it.
So just a quick note to the producer back in Guildford that we can hear them as well. So we'll be all ready for our first update at 11:30. If they could just cut the clean feed, that'd be great. Thank you. And in fact, he's managed to cut us off a bit. I think it's still going out around the ground, Rich.
That one outside off stump from Curry is allowed to go through by Kimber as Adrian looks to reconnect us via ISDN lines and all sorts of things.
There we go.
Looks like we are back on.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything we're doing, Richard.
No, it's weekends we always flirt with technical disasters. You never quite know what's going to happen next. Curry is in and bowls. Again, that fraction short, and Kimber stays on the back foot and just drops it down into the offside. Dabs it down into the offside.
Sorry, Richard. In terms of Leicester, just for the benefit of our Sussex supporters, who have you lost to the 100?
We have lost 4 to the 100. Colin Ackerman, of course, will be familiar to Sussex supporters after his record-breaking feats with the bat a month ago. The captain, Callum Parkinson, in first-class cricket, as Curry is in outside off stump, edged, thick outside edge down to third man, in the air, through about third slip, and just for a moment it might have been within the reach of Tom Clark at first slip. He did put out his right hand, but it was a slip and a half away from him. Couldn't put in the dive and pull the ball out of the air. So Kimber, like Hill before him, gets off the mark with a rather risky boundary that goes in the air, very close to a fielder. 14 for 2.
Sussex has had a second slip in there. I think he might have been gone. I know Tom Clark
absolutely would,
but they've had 2 slips in. But I wonder whether the Halls are slightly bolted here. They're putting another slip in now. So Delray Rawlins is coming in. I think Tom Clark is saying, I was at first, but he's now moved towards. It wasn't a chance. But,
it would have been to him now.
Yes, it would.
He's gone to about third slip. Rawlins is wide-ish first, and there's a bit of a gap between them as Curry is in and Kimber is forward, pushing it out into the covers, more or less exactly where, of course, Rawlins was, means mid-off. Pujara has to run around to his left of field, and Kimber picks up a fairly conventional single, which will come as something of a relief to the Leicestershire dressing room and balcony up there in the county ground players' dressing rooms, which the players' dressing rooms are on the first floor of the indoor school over there. They are at cow corner to the right-handed hill as he faces. Clark runs in Curry and off stump. Attempt to Hill. Maybe learned his lesson from that first shot in the air, has decided not to be tempted, lets that one go through. End of the over, the first relatively, well, even that wasn't uneventful in that there was that skied drive-through slip, edged drive-through slip in the air from Kimber, but at the end of the over, the fourth of the innings, Leicestershire 15, but for 2 wickets. So the other two, so Ackerman and Parkinson. Rahan Ahmed, the young leg spinner who's created a bit of a stir around the counties and has got some England Lions experience already. And Ben Mike, the all-rounder, who's gone to the Trent Rockets in Nottingham.
In comes Carvelos, fifth over the morning, bowls to Shim, who drives handsomely through the covers. I'm not sure it's going to go all the way for a boundary. Chetishwar Pujara is in hot pursuit, but the Leicestershire will come back for a third run. And as Richard was saying, lovely looking shot through extra cover from Kimber. He goes to 8. And the Foxes to 18 for 2. So there's some pretty big names. I mean, Leicestershire have done well. They've won their first 2 games, but they are, they're 4 big players missing from the side.
They are, and it's 3 of them. It's obviously Ackerman, Parkinson, and our spinners as well. That said, they've left the young spinner Nat Bowley, who's come in from the second team out of this game anyway. But
Carvelas in again, bowls, and forward comes Hill. You heard the cry of no as he played it into the covers, and there was no run.
It might be an issue going forward. And of course, although it's not like Surrey, for example, and they've got 19 players out, including about 10 to the 100, haven't they? Gone to the oval side, whatever they're called, Invincibles.
Yes,
is it
Oval Invincibles? Yeah.
But these things are relative, aren't they? And 4 key players out of Leicestershire is equivalent to sort of probably 8 or 9 out of Surrey or something like that.
Absolutely. Carvelas in again, bowls. Oh, on his toes is Hill. That wasn't a chance, but my hesitation was because there was a bit of extra bounce there from Harry Carvelas, and in the end, Hill did play that well. He played it through about 4th slip down to 3rd man and picks up a single. Leicestershire to 19 for 2, Hill to 5.
What about Sussex? Are they?
Well, really. The only player who might have played, because Ravi Bopara, Tamal Mills are both on just T20 contracts, so they were never going to play in this competition. The same with Luke Wright. Then comes Carvelas, bowls, and Kimber is forward and plays straight at the offside. There is no run. Ollie Robinson was due to play for the Manchester Originals, but has pulled out of the 100. Played in 1 game, but is now off to play for the Lions. So he's trying to prove, his focus is on really proving his fitness for the Test match series against South Africa. So Ollie is one who you could say would be missing, but I think he's not going to be available for either the 100 or England either way. Carvelas in the bowls, and Kimber plays firmly to mid-on, fielded by Archie Lennon, and there's no run. So really the only one missing is really George Garton, who's playing for the Southern Brave. Delray Rawlins played for the Brave last year, but didn't get a contract for the 100 this year. So Sussex really are quite well placed.
Indeed.
Well, most of the side who have played around the Championship. No Tom Haynes at the moment, of course. He's still got his broken hand that he got against Leicester. Carvelas in bowls. Good delivery and punched by Kimber into the offside. Good bit of fielding by Ibrahim. There is no run. And another very good over by Ari Carvelas. And Leicestershire are 19 for 2. Kimber on 8, Hill on 5. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms and Richard Ray. The news here today that Sussex won the toss, decided to bowl first, and that's a pretty good decision. At one stage, Leicestershire were 6 for 2, something of a recovery now to 19 for 2.
Both these counties then will be eyeing this competition as a sort of way of salvaging the season per se, but certainly last opportunity probably for silverware or to get involved in an occasion or two.
Yeah, and actually, Richard, we were saying this, Glamorgan last year won this, and I think it's kick-started their season this year.
Couldn't agree more. Curry continues, bowls, outside off stump, bit of shape back in, again left by Hill, but didn't come back enough really to get close to off stump, or not sufficiently so as far as Brad Curry is concerned.
When you talk to our colleagues at BBC Wales, Nick Webb and Ed Bevan, they'll tell you that the lift it gave to the club, just everybody got behind it, and it carried right through the winter. So you don't have to win it, but just to go, further than the group stages is a great thing to do.
Curry is in, outside off stump, driving his Hill in the air, and it goes down to third man for 4, only just above the head of Clark. He was absolutely perfectly positioned, but Hill went at it with, hard hands, drove in the air, thick top edge, and it was only, a foot or so above Clark. Put up his right hand, don't think it brushed his fingers, but they must have been awfully close to it, and down to third man it flew. And although young Archie Lenham got to the ball, it somehow squeezed underneath him and over the rope. So Hill, again, fortunate in the extreme, first not to be caught and second to pick up 4. He moves on to 9.
I think Archie should have stopped that, to be honest.
Curry in again to Hill, another tempted. This time Hill leans forward and lifts his bat and leaves it raised and watches as it bounces through into the gloves of Alsop behind the stumps. Be interesting to see what happens when Lenham bowls if he does get a little bit of turn. Did he play on Friday on this pitch?
Yes, he did. He picked up the wickets. They felt, I think, that the last wicket that he took turned a little. What did he bowl? 8 overs, 2 for 55.
You'd take that, wouldn't you? Absolutely. 2 wickets. Leicestershire may have made a mistake. We shall see. Curry is in. Hill is advancing down the pitch, then turns the face of the bat on it, pushes it through the vacant mid-wicket. There should be 2. There are going to be. Kimber's quick between the wickets. So too is Hill, and running in from the square leg boundary. The fielder wasn't able to pick up the ball cleanly anyway, so in the end it was safe enough. Harrison Ward it is, coming in from the square leg boundary. So good running, but good placement also from Lewis Hill, who's into double figures, onto 11 off 12, the captain. Open stance as he faces the left armour, comes down the slope and bowls again. Hill is using his feet, turning his wrists on it, but this time pushing it out towards mid-wicket, and Curry himself runs across and fields, and Hill was vaguely interested in the possibility of a quick single, but Curry's speed onto the ball quickly picked it up and threatened the stumps, persuaded Hill to stay in his ground. 25 for 2, coming to the end of the 6th over.
Well, noticeably taking a couple of steps down the pitch as well, Lewis. Obviously looking to take the attack to Brad Curry.
Men out at the third man and square leg. Backward, just slightly backward of square is Ward as Curry is in. Bowls. Hill stays in his ground, drops it out towards point, takes 3 or 4 steps down the wicket. Kimber took absolutely none down the wicket from the far end. And so no single to be taken. End of the over. 25 for 2. After 6, again, Hill arguably getting away with one in that over. 3 wickets down in the power play, and that's sort of become something of a sort of traditional. That means you're in a bit of trouble, essentially, and you're not likely to necessarily to get your target, which I would imagine for Leicestershire would be at least 280, 300.
Yes,
minimum.
I mean, Sussex made 300 here on Friday, 334. Gloucestershire made 283. In comes Carvelas, bowls to Kimber, who plays that for momentarily. I thought it had breached his defences and he was going to be LBW. Played to Bajara at mid-off. And there is no run. The emails are up and running. If you're watching on the live stream and you fancy keeping Richard and I company, why not send us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. It'd be lovely to hear from you. You could tweet at BBC Sussex Sport or at Rich Ray, R-A-E.
Well, it's actually at Fox's Cricket 22.
Right, let me make a note of that. Okay, in comes Carvelos. Bowls. Plays across the line as Kimber. He plays to mid on and gets a single, but it was a slightly risky shot. He goes to 9 and the Foxes to 26 for 2. Sorry, at Fox's Cricket
22. That's in the year.
Thank you. So either of those will find their way through to Richard and I and keep us company on this lovely sunny day. There's just a couple of clouds drifting across. One looks like sort of like a smoke ring that you might blow out of a cigar, actually, directly over the flats at the far end. As in comes Carvelos, bowls, Hill is forward, plays down the ground to mid-on, and there is no run. Carvelos in his 4th over has just conceded the 9 runs so far. I need to sort out Richard with another pair of headphones. We're meant to supply them as the home club, but I've got 2 pairs and one is not working very well. So we'll see if we can sort that out during the day. Richard going off to do his updates to the listeners on BBC Radio Leicester as Ari Carvelos in lovely sunshine runs away from the sea end of the ground here at Hove, in and bowls to Lewis Hill, and Hill looking to turn that on the leg side, but Carvelos is very quickly down the pitch to prevent a single and fields off of his own bowling, and there is no run. 2 slips in place. Delray Rawlins with his hands on his hips at first slip. Tom Clark clapping his hands at second. In fact, Tom Clark's more at sort of a 3rd to 4th slip, really. There's a 3rd man. Gets Henry Crocombe all the way down there. Harrison Ward is at backward point. Daniel Ibrahim in the covers. Chetishwar Pujar at mid-off. I like to see a skipper at mid-off. Archie Lenham at mid-on. Carvelos is in bowls, and Hill runs this one past Tom Clark down to 3rd man and picks up. Well, I thought it was just going to be a single, but actually that was really good running, and I'm not sure there should have been 2 there. Crocombe came in, 1 or 2 of the Sussex lads just sort of looking and saying, come on, we need to prevent 2 there. But Hill was back very, very quickly for the 2nd run. He goes to 13. And the Foxes to 28 for 2. There's a gentleman standing on the block of flats away to my right-hand side who's shielding himself from the sun with a yellow and green umbrella. Looks like he might be a Norwich City supporter. They're the colours of Norwich. I think he's jiggling a baby up and down as well, by the looks of it. In comes Carvelos, comes in and bowls. Oh, and is he caught behind? He's on his way! And Lewis Hill has gone. It's a 2nd wicket for Ari Carvelos. A little inside edge through to Tom Alsop, who did the rest, and what a start for the Sharks. 28 for 3. Ari Carvelos, who's bowled beautifully, has picked up 2 of the wickets to go down, and what a start here for Sussex. Absolutely delighted, winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, and that looks a pretty good decision. Hill makes his way off, out for 13. Snapped up by Tom Alsop behind the stumps. And Leicestershire in trouble here this morning. That's a terrific start, though, for Sussex. Well, a terrific start for Sussex here at Hove, Joe, in the 3rd match of this 50-over competition, because having won the toss and decided to bowl first, they've already taken 3 Leicestershire wickets. 2 for Ari Carvelos, 1 for Brad Curry, and Leicestershire in just the 8th over this morning, or the end of the 7th over, are 28 for 3. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Warwickshire won the toss. They're batting first against Surrey. Warwickshire are 33 for 1. The ex-Surrey man, Dominic Sibley, the man out. So, great start for Sussex. The 3rd wicket goes down, and it's Lewis Hill who's the man gone. And a good catch. Well, it was down the leg side. It was a little inside edge from Ari Carvelos, who's bowled a very, very good line here this morning.
He's been a bit unlucky with a couple of those caught down the leg sides, Lewis Hill. But this is a key now. Louis Kimber faces Curry and drives very pleasantly. Can Pujara get down? He can. Falls away to his left. the Test superstar, and makes the stop, running away to his left from mid-off to keep Kimber down 2-1. Well, Vian Mulder is Leicestershire's banker at the moment. That innings he made here at Hove was the start of an astonishing run for him, an unbeaten double century in that innings. Well, including that innings, in his last 5 innings, he's made 637 runs for twice out. So his average, strictly speaking, is 318. And included another unbeaten century last time out. Curry is in and bowls. He steps forward and lets that one go through on that occasion. So an awful lot now depends on these two, and in particular Vian Mulder. It won't faze him that he's coming in this situation. He's sort of getting a little bit used to it. But if Sussex were to get Mulder early, they could have real hopes of bowling Leicestershire out for a very gettable score indeed.
Graham Lawrence has been in touch. Hello, Graham. He's listening to the commentary in the ground, but he says, I'm a little quiet on the mic, so I've turned it up, Graham. Perhaps you could let me know if that's a little better.
In goes Curry, forward goes Mulder, leaves, shapes back in again. And there's 1 or 2 oofs. It was a little bit closer to off stump than perhaps Mulder had anticipated.
Your dulcet tones are loud and clear, Richard, so we don't need to worry about Richard, but apparently I'm a bit quiet. So, Graham, I've got your email. If you could just drop us a note, that'll be terrific, and apologies if it wasn't going out to the correct levels. We're never really sure when we're here, are we? We get the sound in our headphones. You just hope everything is working okay.
We do welcome feedback if the levels are not good, for sure. In goes Curry and bowls onto the body of Mulder, who just calmly turns it out towards short fine leg, who throws to the non-striker's end. And it's as well that Pujara was alert, really, because he had to move across to cover behind Brad Curry, who hadn't got back behind the stumps, which was fair enough.
Graham says it's perfect now. Wonderful. Thank you, Graham. Thank you for letting us... I don't know where you're sitting, but thank you for listening, and thank you for letting us know that the levels weren't quite right.
29 for 3, Leicestershire after the first half hour. What a start for Sussex. In goes Curry, bowls, down the wicket goes Mulder, and just works it back down the pitch towards Brad Curry, who picks it up, throws it back over Mulder's head into the gloves of Tom Alsop. Made no mistake picking up that catch in the last over.
I was just saying, Richard, there's a gentleman over on the flats on the right-hand side. He's got a Norwich City umbrella, I reckon it is. It's green and yellow. And he's jiggling a baby. He's certainly doing something over there.
I think so. Has he got it in a little papoose?
Well, I think he might have. He's sort of jumping up and down.
On his front there.
Got a great view.
Indeed. In goes Curry, bowls outside off stump, and Mulder lets that one go through. So just the single, I believe, off the over. 29 for 3 after 8. And what a power play this has been so far for Sussex. The decision to put Leicestershire in at the moment can only be described as looking absolutely correct on the part of Pujara.
Yeah. There's someone else on the balcony of a flat away to our right-hand side. He's on the 4th floor of the flat away to our right-hand side. He's got a brilliant view. He's looking sort of over mid-wicket at the moment.
Anybody in those white flats opposite? Yes, there are a few. There's a few windows open. Maybe people sitting in the shade.
Carvelas running away from us, picked up a couple of wickets, bowls to Kimber, who plays into the offside, fielded by Harrison Ward. There is no run. Matt Blandford has been in touch. Hello, Matt. Lovely to hear from you. All the way over in New Zealand, he says, great feed. Hove looks an absolute picture. I'm tuning in from New Zealand. I would imagine, Matt, it's not quite as nice a weather in New Zealand. I imagine it's sort of depths of winter there pretty much at the moment. Perhaps you could let us know where you are and what the weather's like so we can gloat. In comes Carvelas, bowls, and forward comes Kimber, plays down the onside, fielded by Carvelas of his own bowling, and there is no run. No, it's we've had a glorious summer here, we really have, and in fact, we don't want it to rain because we don't want to interrupt the cricket season, but it's as you drive through Sussex, you see the villages in Sussex, they've got this oasis of green, and then the rest of the outfields are just parched and brown. We haven't had any rain for, well, weeks. Carvelas on his way. Slip of a gully, really. Rawlins and Clark. Carvelas in bowls. Kimber plays very sensibly and straight into the offside, fielded by Ibrahim. And Matt goes on to say, where's this Carvelas lad come from? Well, very good question. I mean, he's 28, so he's barely a lad. He's played some international cricket for, I think it's Greece. And has, played a little bit of first-class cricket. But to be honest, I don't think anyone knew anything about him. He turned up at Lord's a couple of weeks ago, picked up 5 wickets, and is really bowled extremely well. Comes in and bowls. Puller to the onside. Caught by Archie Lenham, and another wicket goes down. And Louis Kimber has gone, and Carvelas has picked up his 3rd wicket. He wasn't a great shot. He was looking to punch the ball on the leg side. He got the ball a little high on the bat. I didn't know for a moment whether it had carried to Archie Lenham, but Lenham dived forward and managed to hang on to the ball just inches above the turf. And a 4th wicket goes down this morning, and Leicestershire in trouble here. 25 for 4, and Louis Kimber, who was in such good form here in the championship match, is on his way for 10. And Carvelas has picked up his 3rd wicket of the morning.
That was a really disappointing dismissal on the part of Louis. Picked out Lenham, really, and the youngster did very well to get his 2 hands underneath it, no question that he did. And it was a really disappointing shot in the circumstances of 29 for 3. Just needed to keep it on the ground for a while, work it around and get himself in. But unfortunately, Louis Kimber goes, and Mulder wonders to meet Harry Swindles, the first really of the all-rounders in already with 4 down. Swindles coming in at 6, has no form at all with the bat, so he's desperately in need of an innings, and Leicestershire desperately in need of a partnership. 29 for 4 after 8.4 overs. This could be a short game.
Now, Julian has been in touch from the top deck, and I would never dispute anything that Julian says, and I haven't looked at the official scorecard, but he's telling me that Lewis Hill was LBW, not caught behind. I thought he got a nick on down, presumably on the official scorecard it's saying LBW. But I thought they were appealing for the catch down the leg side.
Yeah.
I will bow to your judgment, Julian, and sorry about that. Carvelas in to... it's on the Palace, another wicket. A 5th wicket has gone down. LBW, first ball. There's no question that is LBW. And a 5th wicket goes down, and Larry Carvelas is having one of those days. He's picked up his 4th wicket of the morning. Swindles is gone first ball, and now Leicestershire really are in a mess. They're 29 for 5, and Harry Carvelas has picked up 4 of the wickets, and he's now on a hat-trick. Extraordinary start to the game.
It's almost really game over. While Mulder is there, it isn't game over.
No.
But he's going to have to find somebody who's going to get their heads down and stay with him. But Swindle's horror run with the bat continues, unfortunately for him. With a first baller, tentative, he just didn't move his feet really at all. And Carvelas, who's responsible for bringing him to the club? Because they must be feeling fairly smug at the moment, I would imagine.
Well, absolutely, yeah. And, there's been a catalogue of injuries to Sussex's fast bowlers, which we know about. It's very boring to talk about. There has been a lot of injuries, but Curry and Carvelas came in for that game at Lord's. He bowls very straight. He's on a hat-trick, and who's going to come in to provide for it? It's Aaron
Lilly, I would imagine, with the next to the crease. Lilly likes to put bat to ball, but this is a different sort of situation. 29 for 5. Leicestershire have just got to think now in terms of getting some sort of total at which to bowl. There are still the best part of 42 overs or 41.1 overs left to be bowled.
Well, Chechifo Pujara decided to go on the attack here for this hat-trick ball. Daniel Ibrahim has gone into 3rd slip. Henry Crocombe looked like he was coming across. They've still got to keep 2 outside.
You don't have to.
No, you don't. You can have a all in if you want to.
Yeah, exactly.
So, hat-trick ball. Aaron Lilly is going to face Harry Carvelas, who's taken 4 wickets this morning, 4 for 11. Runs away from us. The 3 slips go down. In comes Carvelos. He bowls. Oh, I tell you what, he wasn't far away from the hat-trick either. It was a little uncertain prod outside the off-stump by Aaron Lilly. Didn't miss that by much. I don't think missed the off-stump by very much either. Nonetheless, well done, Eric Carvelos, who's going to get a terrific ovation from the southwest stand, I'm sure. All the Sussex players running across to congratulate him. At the end of the over, the end of the 9th over, extraordinary. Leicestershire are 29 for 5 with both Lilly and Mulder yet to score.
Double wicket maiden for Carvelos.
Wow.
Well bowled, young man. Not so young man.
Now, Lewis Hill on the scorecard is being shown as caught Allsop bowled Carvelos. I don't know if that's just been amended.
I would be surprised if it was LB.
Julian thought it was LB.
Long way down. In goes Curry to bowl to Mulder, who leaves outside off a stump, understandably. 2 slips in because, as I say, if they were to get Mulder now, then wouldn't be game over, obviously, but it would feel pretty close to it.
He's got we're going to see a different VM Mulder today, I think, than we saw in the Championship match when certainly from when he got past his ton, they were able to open up and Leicestershire were in complete control. So it's an interesting innings to watch.
Goes Curry, bowls to him wide-ish, but again, just the right side of the blue line as far as umpire Treadwell is concerned.
So we were talking about New Zealand. Matt had been in touch, and we were just wondering what it's like over there at the moment. So if you're listening again, Matt, it'd be good to hear from you. What's happening in New Zealand, wherever you are?
Now Fango Fox is listening and watching down in Melbourne. In goes Curry and bowls outside off stump. Again, shaped back in a little, but it was a little bit short. Nice bounce and allowed to go through by Vian Mulder, who's faced 8 balls without getting off the mark. Must be wondering what on earth is going on out there. The South Africa international, who's been in absolutely prime form in that game at Radlett against Middlesex, in which he got an unbeaten century last time out. He also picked up 4 wickets and he's basically carrying the Leicestershire side at the moment. He waits with bat raised as Curry goes in. He takes a couple of steps down the wicket, then leaves outside off stump.
I just wonder what Pujara's probably thinking to himself here, right, 5 down. Do you keep your own opening bowlers on? I mean, imagine if you've got a bowler like Carvelos who's taken, 4 for 11, you're thinking, well, you've got to keep him going, haven't you?
I think so, yes. He's getting good movement back in particular, and one more wicket for him. Curry is in and bowls again outside off stump. Again, Mulder leaves. He at least is playing with a degree of responsibility at the moment. Walks away, rehearses a crashing the ball through the offside, but it just leaves so much responsibility on his shoulders. And as you said, Adrian, it means also that he can't look to play some of the attacking shots that he probably would be looking to play at this stage, certainly in the power play with just the 2 fielders out. Just 1 ball left in the first power play. Curry bowls it outside off stump again, and again Mulder leaves. Maiden over from Brad Curry. Wouldn't have been had Leicestershire not have been, say, 1 down, but has to be in these circumstances. End of the first power play. And I think we can safely say that Sussex have emerged on top from that power play, with Leicestershire astonishingly 29 for 5.
Well, absolutely. It's not too often in a power play that you get back-to-back maidens. Now, I think this is the right tactic from Cheteshwar Pujara. He's leaving Ari Carvelos on. He's keeping a 3rd slip in as well. So we've got that cordon of Rawlins, Clark and Ibrahim. Sussex are electing to keep 2 fielders outside of the circle. They don't have to, of course, but they are at the moment, as in comes Carvelos, whose tail is up, bowling to Aaron Lilly, and Lilly's beaten outside the off stump. Playing a miss and an uncertain prod forward from Aaron Lilly. Ball goes through to keeper Tom Alsop, and there is no run. So 3 slips. There's a cover and a mid-off, a wide-ish third man, almost a deep backward point, really. Then on the onside, just Archie Lenham. in at shortish mid-on. He's 5 yards or so inside the circle. A deep mid-wicket and a fine leg.
The Not Somerset game finished very, very quickly, didn't it, earlier?
It did this week, yeah. You never know with these games, though. Carvelos in bowls, and then he flicks this one away through square leg and picks up a single fielded by Alior, who's very quickly in from the clock tower scoreboard away to our right-hand side. And Carvelos concedes his 12th run of the morning. He's in his 6th over, taken 4 wickets. He always adjusts his shirt, Harry Carvelos. The other day at Trent Bridge, I thought, I wonder if he's hurt his shoulder, because when he wanders back, he looks as if he's feeling his shoulder, but I think it's just a habit that he sort of pulls his shirt away from his shoulder. He's got this very straight approach to the wicket. In fact, he was on his way, and Mulder wasn't ready. Now, a slightly less attacking field for Mulder, who Sussex know an awful lot about. There's a slip in a gully, or slip in a 4th slip. Carvelos in bowls, and forward comes Mulder and plays with utmost respect into the covers, fielded by Ibrahim, and there is no run.
So his background is he was playing club cricket locally, or...?
Carvelos. Yeah, I mean, he was playing a bit of second 11 cricket. He's played a bit of seconds cricket around and about, I think. But
including for Sussex,
yeah,
of course, but
yes.
not exclusively for Sussex.
Absolutely, yeah. And at the minute, as we understand, he's on a 1-month sort of trial, in inverted commas, with Brad Curry. Carvelos in bowls, taken by Tom Alsop. There is no run, and that began in that game at Lords, which was sort of middle end of July. So I would imagine almost certainly that period will be extended. Matt's been back in touch from New Zealand, where he says it's cold and wet at the moment, but summer is just around the corner. What I'd do to give a day in a deck chair watching the Sharks put the foxes under the pump. Carvelos looks a good bowler. Action reminds me of Tino Best. Maybe not as fast. In comes Carvelos, bowls all good delivery, and he beats Mulder outside the off stump. The ball goes through to Alsop, and there is no run. Hugh Johnson's also been in touch with a lengthy email, which I'll sort of read in bits and pieces if I can. Hugh, but lovely to hear from you. And thank you for your kind comments. He starts by saying, any idea when Jack Carson will be playing again? He says, we've been missing a regular controlled spinner, economic spinner. Carvelos runs away from us, in and bowls, and played on the bounce by Mulder to 2nd slip. Well, he's more 3rd slip, to be honest, as Tom Clark. Just the 1 run off the over. Another fine over for Mari Carvelos. I just noticed Cheteshwar Pujara just having a little word to Carvelos. I think he might carry him on. I just saw a signal there to Henry Crocombe. So I don't know whether we may be going to get a bit of Crocombe. We shall see. But for the time being, it's going to be Brad Curry who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road in 30 for 5. In terms of Jack Carson, applause there for Harry Carvelos, who lifts his hand and waves to the crowd. Jack Carson was on the ground the other day, actually, Hugh. The game against Gloucestershire on Friday, he was going through some bowling warm-up routines on the outfield at lunch, so that was at least a good sign, but more than that I don't know, but I'll certainly ask the question when we get the chance to speak to Ian Salisbury.
Well, Leicestershire managed to get off 29 at last, having lost 3 wickets on that score. Curry is in and bowls to Lillier's bowled him off the inside edge, went for a sort of vague drive outside off stump, inside edge onto the stumps, and Sussex are all over Leicestershire at the moment. Curry has picked up his 2nd wicket to go with 4 at the other end for Harry Carvelos, and Leicestershire looking at a scoreboard that reads 30 for 6.
He was really caught on the crease, wasn't he? Aaron Lilly, and didn't really move his feet, and an inside edge, and Curry wheels away, and I think probably the answer is here that Sussex will just leave these quick bowlers on. I mean, we were saying so much depending on VM Mulder, who's yet to get off the mark. He's faced 15 deliveries. He's
must be in shock, I would imagine, Mulder, at the moment, at what is going on at the other end.
Just carry on with Hugh's email. He says, great having our 2 new fast medium options. Would you say they're both now ahead of Crocombe and Atkins on the team sheet? Well, certainly.
They're not doing much wrong, are they?
They're certainly taking a lot of wickets. Well, they've been excellent this morning, Hugh. So it's we haven't seen anything of Jamie Atkins for a little while now. So you'd have thought that both of them are certainly pressing their claims.
Well, Tom Scriven, young all-rounder, coming to the crease now. Impressed with the ball to rattle it against Middlesex a couple of days ago, but he can hardly have imagined having to come in these sort of circumstances. His job is simply to stay with Mulder now. Mulder, who has faced 15 balls without getting off the mark. He's at the wrong end as far as Leicestershire are concerned. He's at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Scriven is going to be on strike. And being out of the power play, Sussex have dropped on the fielder back to the boundary. So there's third man, long leg and deep backward square. Still got the two slips in though, Rawlins and Clark. Clark standing at third. Curry comes in and bowls to Scriven, who leaves outside off stump ball, pushed across him. The confidence of Curry as well, of course, of Carvelas is now very high. You can almost see it in the way they're both bouncing to the crease, loving this. And if you're late into the ground, you may have missed much of the play of the game, let alone sort of just 53 minutes. She's left in the game. In goes Curry and bowls outside off stump again. Scriven steps forward and leaves. It's the straighter one that just shapes back in that is causing all the issues for the Leicestershire batters.
Yeah.
Nick Welsh was bowled. That started things off by Curry off the inside edge for 4. Lilly likewise off the inside edge for. Meanwhile, at the other end, Carvelas laying waste. Leicestershire batting 30 for 6. Curry is in and bowls. That is a slightly straighter one, but it started middle and leg and bounced up, hit Scriven just above the pad. It looked to turn it into the leg side. He indicates there was a little bit more bounce than he expected. It came off the pad, bounced out into the offside, and there was no run.
I had an email in from Duncan Orr, who is Alistair's dad. Lovely to hear from you, Duncan. Who can't get here till 2 o'clock.
Just check, Duncan. In goes Curry and bowls very straight, played back up the pitch to him by Scriven, sticks out his left foot and stops the ball before setting off, if I was you.
The great thing about cricket is, I mean, Sussex are in a great position here.
What are the odds now? I wonder if I nipped that. If bookies was on the ground.
You never ever know, do you? You know, it's I mean, you know,
be a good one to win from here for the Foxes.
I was just going to say, good game to win.
Jeepers. Have to hasten to add that the pitch hasn't done anything extraordinary here.
No.
It's been good bowling and a bit ordinary batting. In goes Curry and bowls outside off stump. That one doesn't swing back in and is allowed to go through. So a wicket maiden, another wicket maiden bowled by Sussex, this time by Brad Curry, leaves Leicestershire looking at the wreckage of their innings. 30 for 6 after 12.
Well, Larry Carvelas is going to carry on, and I think probably Cheteshwar Pujara he's just got to keep him going, hasn't he? I mean,
I agree.
He's bowled beautifully. Sussex are in a great position. Why take off your opening bowler who's wreaking a good deal of havoc? Carvelas' figures: 6 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 12. And he's going to come into bowl to VM Mulder, who's faced 15 deliveries and is yet to score. Comes Carvelas bowls, and Mulder is now he does get a run. He plays that to mid-on, and Archie Lenham has to run into field, sends in a not very good throw that goes over the head of Tom Alsop, but it's backed up by Tom Clark. So a single to Mulder, who then takes that opportunity to come down and have a word to Scriven and just say, well, I'm sure he's playing something like just play straight. You know.
Well, they also have to think about run rate and things like that as well here. If they were, to lose being all out for 60 or something equally horrific, then, it might sort of mean the loss of another point in a way.
No, I agree.
In terms of the sort of damage it would do to their run rate.
Carvelos running away from us, coming into bowl to Scriven. The 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls. Clipped one to the onside. It was in the air, perfectly safe, although it was in the air, fielded by Alior, who comes running in and sends it a good throw over the top of the stumps. Duncan will be pleased to see that.
Tell you what, if he'd been in at square leg, it would have been an absolute dolly of a catch. And you just kind of wonder, Pajara's part, does he need...
No.
3 men out, third man long leg. Does he need a deep backward, deep square?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Sussex could have everyone in here.
They could.
It's the bowl to Moulder, who's 1 not out. He's bowled in place very straight. The last time he was batting on this ground via Moulder, just for the benefit of the Sussex supporters, he made 235 not out in that record partnership of 477 with Colin Ackerman. Different story today, but he's a fine player and he'll just be, well, at the minute it's damage limitation for Leicestershire, but he'll just be hoping if they can see Carvelos off and try and rescue something. Slip and a gully now as Carvelos is in bowls, and that kept a little low, I have to say, and Moulder played that to Com Clark, who's in that sort of 4-slip gully position. Hugh's been back in touch to say about there was a loud, constant noise, but it hasn't returned, I'm glad to say. Yeah, we think we may get some interference from the wire.
Could have been me. Commentating.
In comes Carvelos over the wicket, bowls, and Moulder is forward to bowl of good length, plays a...
sobbing quietly in the background.
Defensive. Yeah, we don't... I think you and I, Richard, have learned over the last couple of years not to get too up and not to get too down in our following of county cricket, because both our counties have had some ups and downs over the last couple of seasons.
If you'd like to name some of our ups, that'd be great.
Well, 2 wins on the bounce in this.
Yes, this is true.
And you had a good T20 campaign. Had it not been for those points that were deducted for disciplinary, Leicestershire would have made it to the quarter-final. Bowls, and a nice looking shot by Moulder, flicks the ball onto the onside, and he could pick up a couple of runs because Alior needs to run round from deep mid-wicket to field. We just had the 1 boundary. It's the end of Carvelos' over. 34 for 6. The Foxes Scriven on 1, Moulder is on 3. And Harry Carvelos with the wonderful figures of 7 overs, 2 maidens. He's taken 4 for 17. And Leicestershire 34 for 6 at the end of the over. I wonder whether Carvelos will keep going. He wanders down towards the stand, away to our left-hand side, the southwest corner of the ground. And he'll be delighted with his performance, and we'll have to wait and see what happens in terms of contracts, etc. But all you can do is come in and take wickets and impress, and it's exactly what Harry Carvelos has done and exactly what Brad Curry has done as well. A very good morning wherever you're listening, either around the ground on the headsets or maybe via the BBC website, or maybe tuning into the Sussex Cricket Club website and watching the live feed on a most glorious summer's day here at Hove. One of many is in comes Curry and bowls to Scriven, who's going to get a single down to fine leg. He knew absolutely nothing about that. A thick inside edge he could easily have played on, but Scriven picks up a single. He goes to 2, and Leicestershire to 35 for 6. Sussex with a slip and a gully, a third man, a deep backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep backward square and a fine leg. I mean, it's a fair question, I think Richard raises. I mean, Pujara's done nothing wrong here today, but you don't have to have this amount of fielders outside the circle if you don't want to. What do I know? Curry comes in and bowls. Moulder is forward, plays back to Curry, who fields on the bounce, and there is no run. So both Sussex's opening bowlers are bowling right through at the minute. Both at the end of this over, Curry and Carvelos would have bowled 7 overs. Rawlins at first, Clark at second, Lenham at third man, or at deep backward point. Ibrahim at cover, Pujara at mid-off, Henry Crocombe at mid-on, Ward at deep backward square. Then comes Curry, bowls to Moulder, who plays that down the ground and picks up a single fielded by Henry Crocombe, who comes into field, but not before Moulder's gone through for another single. He goes to 4. He's faced 22 deliveries as VM Moulder. And anyone who was here for the county championship game against Leicestershire will know that he's a very fine player. The South African played a very attacking innings, certainly once he'd got himself set. So this is a very different sort of innings. He leans on his bat at the far end in his green outfit, green pads, as Curry is into Scriven. Scriven places to the covers, and this is the first boundary for a long period of time. Slightly over-pitched by Brad Curry, and Scriven just leant on that and played the ball comfortably through the point region for 4 runs. So Scriven goes to 6, and Leicestershire to 40 for 6. You can hear the Sussex lads full of encouragement. Brad Curry turns at the far end of the ground. This is now the second highest partnership of the innings, a partnership of 10. Curry on his way, bowls, and Scriven plays across the line. That was a shot that made Tom Clark at second slip raise his hands, because he did play across the line. It was a ball that he was really looking to play in the offside. But the ball ended up down the onside of the track, and Curry fields off his own bowling. Clark claps his hands at second slip. Brad Curry figures for 2 for 23, comes into bowl the final ball of his 7th over to the right-handed Scriven. He's in and bowls, and Scriven will get more runs here, down to 3rd man. A very nicely controlled shot which Archie Lennon fields down to our right-hand side. It is the end of the over. Now I wonder whether there is going to be a change of bowling at some stage. It looks like Daniel Ibrahim is actually coming into the Sussex attack, so Ari Carvelos is being taken out of the Sussex attack. Confirmation from, I guess, Graham Irwin on the stadium announcing today. And Daniel Ibrahim, the 17-year-old who is 18 on Monday. No, he's not, on Tuesday. So happy birthday, Daniel, 2 days in advance of your 18th birthday. Ari Carvelos, 7 overs, 2 maidens. He's taken 4 for 16. What a wonderful spell of bowling. Need to make a note of that. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 16 for Ari Carvelos, but it's going to be Daniel Ibrahim who's going to take over the attack, coming into bowl to Scriven, who's 7 not out. He bowls, and Scriven immediately picks up a single, playing that to Harrison Ward, who's sweeping on the cover boundary. Scriven goes to 8. I thought he had 8 before that, but clearly not. The total to 42 for 6. As Dan Ibrahim wanders back to his mark. Just the one slip in place now. Backward point cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a long leg as in comes Ibrahim to bowl to VN Mulder, who's 4 not out. He's in and bowls, and Mulder plays comfortably. That's a nice looking shot, and it could run away for 4 runs. It's very quick down the hill here at Hove, and chase back, and it's literally just fielded just down in front of us by Ari Carvelos, who loses his sunshades in the process. Mulder picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 7. Did they come back for 3?
They did, yes.
Very unusual to get 3 down the hill here at Hove. Mulder goes to 7, and the Foxes to 45 for 6. As Ibrahim runs away from us. In and bowls, and drives to mid-off, fielded there by Carvelos, who can't keep out the action at the minute. There is no run. I had a very nice day yesterday, Richard. We went racing to Lingfield Park, which is not a million miles from here, sort of on the Surrey-Sussex border. And it was one of those events, one of those racing and music nights. So that the Human League were playing. I'd forgotten how many hits the Human League had. As in comes Ibrahim and bowls, and up on his toes is Scriven plays the backward point. There is no run.
It was a bit, Don't You Want Me? That was the big one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the big one, yeah. And a few other hits I'd forgotten about. And I have to say, it was a thoroughly enjoyable day. Beautiful.
Was it the Human League? As in, it wasn't a sort of, the main singer plus...
It's the, it was Phil Oakey who was
he's the man, isn't he?
He's the main man. And there were 2 ladies who sang with him. They're from Sheffield. And as I understand, it was both of the originals.
Yeah.
So it was really... And they were... break off as in comes Ibrahim, and bowls and played by Scriven down to fine leg, fielded by Crocombe way down in the distance. He's in a really good throw to Tom Alsop. Scriven goes to 9 and the total to 46 for 6. And one of the ladies whose name I forget spoke and said how much they were enjoying playing, and they've made a very good living out of a couple of very good songs, haven't they? But it was a thoroughly enjoyable evening. Really, a lot of people at Lingfield Park yesterday. Got a winner as well, so that always helps. In comes Ibrahim over the wicket and bowls, and Mulder's up on his toes, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. I don't know if there's any Human League fans out there, but it was good fun and most enjoyable afternoon. End of the over from Daniel Ibrahim. His opening over. Leicestershire are 46 for 6, which is something of a recovery, having been 30 for 6, a partnership of 16 between Scriven and Mulder.
Did you cover the cost of your ticket then with your winnings?
Well, just about. I mean, my bets are pathetically small because I have no idea what I'm doing, and it's more by the name of the horse really that we decide. But it sort of helped to buy the fish and chips, etc. And I won't say who it was, but one of the Sussex players' dads was there.
This is interesting.
Oh, yes, Henry Crocombe coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Similar to Carvelas in build and style, isn't he, really?
Yes, he is.
So
similar field, yeah.
We're looking to move it back in from the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah, one of the Sussex lads' dads was there, who very kindly came and said hello. I won't mention who it was, because he may not want me to want that broadcast, but it was very good of him. You know who you are. He came and introduced himself. That was very kind, and he was enjoying a day at the cricket, at the racing as well, so...
Good.
Probably
enjoying it today even more,
yes.
I would imagine. 46 for 6. Henry Crocombe then from the Cromwell Road end. Down the slope he comes and bowls fullish to Tom Scriven, who neatly turns his wrist on it, clips it out into the leg side, but only as far as Ibrahim at is it Ibrahim at mid-on? I think it is.
Yes, it is Daniel Ibrahim. Yeah, I was saying he's
Ibrahim?
18 on Tuesday. He's got a build of more than an 18-year-old, Daniel Ibrahim.
The big boys, 18-year-olds these days, aren't they? Must be good nutrition. In goes Crocombe and bowls edge courts. He's got Scriven, bounced a little bit. Scriven, little bit hard-handed, pushed at that one, and a really good sharp catch. It was straight in front of him. Alsop took it two-handed, both hands pointing up, just about in front of his face. Might have been a fraction lower than that, but that's an important breakthrough. Bit of extra bounce for Crocombe, and well, you used the word recovery, but it was a very brief one as far as Leicestershire were concerned. And once again, Mulder has to walk up and welcome a new batsman to the crease. Young Scriven did his best, but it was a little bit of extra bounce. It drew him into the push. Thick outside edge, neat catch. 46 for 7.
Yeah, it was a good catch. That went very quickly to Tom Clark in there. I mean, as you say, took a ball in front of his face. It went very, very quickly indeed, and it was a good catch. But there's a bit in this pitch, There's I'm almost certain, I don't know if the lads on the live stream could confirm it is the same track as was used here on Friday. I'm almost certain it is, and there was a bit of extra bounce in that as well, which wasn't the case here in the county championship game against Leicester. A bit of extra bounce and an edge, and a really good catch taken by Tom Clark, because that was going quickly. So, who else to come, Richard?
Not many, that's for sure. Not many. Roman Walker will come to the crease now, making his Royal London Cup debut for Leicestershire. He too sporting a very lurid green pair of pads. Now he can bat. He made a very good half century against India.
Right.
Roman. So, against Glamorgan, his former county, in the county championship, in a remarkable defeat for the Foxes. They lost by an innings, having scored 580 in their first innings, and still contrived to lose the game by an innings. You may have read that Sam North East made 400 in that game.
Yes, that sounded like an amazing game of cricket. I mean, it was... Leicestershire were bowled out
in their second innings for sort of 180 and lost the game by an innings. Crocombe then into Walker, bowls outside off stump, a wafty drive that is fortunate not to result in an edge through to keeper Alsop from Walker. Not what the Leicestershire doctor ordered. Walk, sorry, that was a sort of nervous airy drive. After Walker, just the two fast bowlers, well, relatively fast bowlers. Bjorn Hendricks can hang around, and Chris Wright, no mug with the bat, but goodness me, this is carnage at the moment. Crocombe is in to Walker. Bounce again. Walker gets on top of it, just about steers it through the gully down to Lenham, who might not get a bowl in this game. No. And one is taken. There will be an ironic cheer to go past 50, I would imagine.
Henry Crocombe's probably chomping at the bit because he hasn't played since that game against Leicestershire. Missed a couple of games with a shoulder injury.
I remember he was very impressive with the ball up at... in he goes and bowls short, pulled by Mulder, who is a very good puller, out to deep backward square, and one is taken along the ground all the way. He won't bounce. You're unlikely to bounce Mulder out.
Do you think Vian Mulder gets to a stage here, Richard, where he thinks to himself, perhaps the best form of, he's looked untroubled, but does he reach the stage where he thinks, I'm just going to go on the attack here and see where it takes us?
He may have to. Certainly, if Walker goes, Walker sort of has aspirations to be a genuine all-rounder. He can bat, but Hendricks and Wright are sort of tail enders. In goes Crocombe and bowls to Walker, who plays neatly out towards mid-wicket. Ibrahim has to run around from mid-on, and one is taken. End of the over, a successful over for Henry Crocombe, hence the round of applause. 49 for 7 at the end of it. 16 overs have been bowled, and Sussex can only be delighted with the situation of the game.
No, absolutely. You never want to count your chickens and all that sort of thing, but Sussex from this position will be thinking, well, this is a game that we should win. But you don't know. Both sides have got a bat, and Leicestershire have still got Vian Mulder, who he's faced 25 deliveries, 25 deliveries with his 8 runs. Sussex still being relatively cautious in their field placings. As in comes Ibrahim running into bowl to Roman Walker. He's in and bowls, and Walker is forward and plays solid into the offside. There is no run. If you're just joining us, Sussex won the toss, decided to bowl first. And Harry Carvelos, really the destroyer in chief. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 16. A couple of wickets for Brad Curry, and a wicket as well in his first over from Henry Crocombe. Elsewhere in this group, there's lots of 50-over matches being played today. Ibrahim runs away from us, comes in bowls to Walker, who's fought a ball of good length, plays into the offside, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. Durham is 64 for 3 at the Riverside against Middlesex. The Oval, Warwickshire, who've got strong sides out in this competition. I was looking at their side that played the other day. They've won 1 out of 1. They're playing Surrey. The Warwickshire side, Sibley, Yates, Rhodes, Burgess, Panja, Lamb, Brooks, Miles, Smith, Norwell and Halland Dolby. That's a strong side. As in comes Ibrahim bowls. Oh, beats Walker, all hands up. How that didn't get a little inside edge or miss the stumps, I'm not too sure. Taken by Allsop down the leg side, and there is no run. Sussex go to Edgbaston for their next game. No game until Friday. Now Sussex will be, if they do win this, they'll be chomping at the bit to get to Birmingham, I'm sure. But they're going to have to wait until Friday. Ibrahim running up the hill, bowls, and it's on the pad, fairly low down. I thought they might have been allowed to appeal than that. I was slightly obscured by Vian Mulder, who's at the non-striker's end.
Outside the line, I think.
Yeah.
But again, you're right, it didn't sort of get up. The odd one has kept a little low from this end. Not that it's any of those balls that have kept low have resulted in wickets. I suppose it might have put a bit of doubt in the batsman's mind, but it's just been good seam bowling from Carvelos, movement in, poor play.
Ibrahim in bowls, clipped away, nice looking shot. This might well go for 4 runs, and indeed it will. Slightly over pitch by Daniel Ibrahim, and the half century is up to some couple of ironic applause around the ground, but you never know what can happen in the great game. 53 for 7. Walker goes to 6. A nice shot. No chance of Archie Lennon cutting that off. The other game in the group is the West Country Derby, where Somerset are 90 for 3 against Gloucestershire. At Bristol, as in comes Ibrahim bowls, and Walker runs that down. He's going to pick up another boundary, I think. Yes, he is. Run past Tom Clark at second. Tom Clark holds his hand up as if to apologise at second snip, and he's looking at his fingers. It's Tom Clark. Carvalhos couldn't get round. Back-to-back boundaries. Walker goes to double figures.
Yeah, apologising to the bowler. He knows he should have stopped that one, really. Clark, it was low down to his right, but very much within reach, and he went down two-handed, but somehow it just maybe misjudged it, and although he got plenty of right hand to it, just slowed it fractionally. And then this is the best outfield in England at the moment for me.
Frankly, I would agree.
Amazed.
Yeah.
How it's as lush and green as it is beyond me. Crocombe is in to Mulder, who is very correct, leaning forward to the straight ball back down the pitch to the tall, young Sussex seamer.
Do you know, I went to, we were up at Trent Bridge quite a lot. We had a championship game, then it's a lovely ground, Trent Bridge, and for the one-day game. But I walked across the outfield to do the interviews, and I have to say, the Hove outfield is better than Trent Bridge.
Oh, yeah.
It's magnificent.
Easily. It absolutely is. So congratulations to the ground staff. Crocombe is in full and almost a Yorker, not quite, but Mulder, all care and attention, treats it with respect, doesn't try and clip it away, just blocks it out towards Ibrahim at mid-on.
Yeah, Ben Gibson and his team would do a great job, and since you were last here, Richard, they've had a concert here as well, a Michael Bublé concert. The grounds would just praise it's not wet.
Yes.
And thankfully it wasn't.
Crocombe is in. Bowls. Nice forcing shot off the back foot by Mulder through point. There is a fielder out on the point boundary, who is Alior, and he gets in his throw neatly over the stumps. So just the single to Mulder.
And Ali's dad can't get here till 2, but who knows what's going to happen? I mean, it's 12 now, and let's all just think, let's just get a score. Let's just get something that we can maybe have a bowler, because there's been a bit of help in the pitch for the bowlers. I mean, you'd think from this position, it doesn't look great. But, if Leicestershire could get, around 140, who knows? You just never know.
Bless you. In goes
well, you don't.
Crocombe and bowls. Good bounce, but a good leave from Walker. Just half a stride forward, then lifts his bat and leaves it raised, lets it bounce through to the sunglass-wearing Allsop.
But having said all of that, Sussex will kick themselves if from here they don't win the game. But it's a great thing about 50-over cricket. It is a game of tactics, isn't it? If this was T20, you'd be thinking, whoa, but there's a long way to go.
Crocombe in, bowls outside off stump. Grunt of effort from the young man, but it was too wide, and Walker let it go through.
And he sort of gave a nod there. I don't know if it's a predetermined plan that they've now spread the square leg to deep backwards square, and there's now a deep cover as well. So maybe the tactic here to give the single.
Yeah.
Keep Walker on strike.
He's on 10 off 11. Mulder 9 off 28. Crocombe is in. Walker is forward, pushing through that point area out to Orr and taking the one that Sussex were prepared to give him, staying on strike. But you understand the reasoning there. You would certainly, at the moment, the way things are and the way the two batsmen are looking, prefer, from a bowling point of view, to have Walker on strike. Ibrahim will have him on strike at the start of what will be the 19th over of the innings. Leicestershire 59 for 7.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray. Our respective football clubs are in Premier League action today. The Albion at 2 o'clock up at Old Trafford, and Leicester City also in action, we think, against Brentford today in the opening round of matches in the Premier League. As in comes Ibrahim bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. And they just nipped away from Walker, taken by Allsop. And there is no run. If you're watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream, all welcome as well. Some comments we've had this season about the stream, and I think the streams around the country, look at the quality of the pictures, has been excellent this season.
Even the outgrounds.
Yeah.
Radlett and Guildford, the streams were pretty good.
Comes Ibrahim again, bowls to Walker short, and Walker runs that to backward point. A good save by Delray Rawlins. There is no run. Total remains on 59 for 7. People may well be joining us and saying, crumbs, what on earth happened? Well, Sussex won the toss, decided to bowl, and really it was Ari Cavelos who wreaked havoc. A spell of 7 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 16, ably supported by Brad Curry, who took a couple of wickets. Henry Crocombe won. A couple of not great shots, it has to be said. But in comes Ibrahim bowls, clipped away. That's a nice shot. That's 4 runs. Nothing wrong with that from Walker. It's the second time he's slightly over-pitched. Daniel Ibrahim pitching around middle and leg, and the ball just clipped away to this shortish leg side boundary, and Leicestershire go to 63 for 7 and Walker to 15 off 15 deliveries. Nice shot.
But he's prepared to hit the ball in the air, and I'm not sure about the field. A mid-wicket would have been in the game there again.
Yeah, I think it's exactly the point. I think it's a great point, Richard, and they are making a fielding change. You should be skippering here, Richard.
You do get to know the players, don't you, after you watch them day in, day out, day out.
But I noticed it's Ollie Carter who's in there at mid-wicket, so somebody must be off the field, as in comes Ibrahim bowls, and Walker runs that to backward point, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. So the 12th man is on, and somebody is off. I'm not sure who will. Have a little look around the field and see who it might be. It's Ali Orr off the field. I can't see Ali Orr out there. Anyway, we'll find out. Ibrahim over the wicket bowls, and very comfortably does Walker to backward point. There is no run. It remains 63 for 7. Now there is a change in the field, and Carter is now going back to deep mid-wicket. So again, they're allowing Walker the single here. Carvalho says a natter away to Pujara. Pujara fielding at cover. And Ibrahim wanders back towards us, as he's just 2 days shy of his 18th birthday. He's going to come running into the right-handed Walker, who's 15 not out. In bowls, and a lovely flowing off drive by Walker, fielded by Pujara in the covers. There is no run. It is the end of the over, and Foxes are 63 for 7. Having at one stage been 46 for 7, 15 to Walker, 9 to Mulder, who's placed 28 deliveries for his runs. And I wonder if we're going to get another change. No, it's going to be Crocombe. I thought we'll probably carry on from the Cromwell Road end. This partnership now, what are we, Richard? 16, 17.
Yeah, 17.
Of which Walker's made 15.
The other partnership of note, 23. Hill. In goes Crocombe, bowls onto the leg stump, or leg side of Mulder, thumps into the pads, trickles down towards sort of leg slip. Allsop sheds a gauntlet, runs across to the left, picks up, hurls the ball at the stumps at the striker's end, but Mulder had gone nowhere. The throw missed anyway. Allsop keeping Mulder honest. Crocombe, elastic bandage on his left arm, runs in and bowls, cut in the air down to third man, 1 bounce for 4. It was a slightly frustrated shot. You feel Mulder put a lot of power into that, and it was something of an edge, but it was well wide of Clark. It was a slightly false shot, but he really did go at it very, very hard. The fact that it bounced only 4 or 5 feet short of the ropes down there at fine third man, no chance for Lennon before thumping into the advertising hoardings. Tells you that was a shot of a little bit of a release shot for Mulder, who is looking to clip the delivery on the leg side. That is going down the leg side, and the appeal from Crocombe. Hopeful, I think, rather than expectant. That was probably going to miss another stump as he pushed down the leg side, tried to clip it away to mid-wicket behind Mulder, who's moved on to 13 with the 4 off the previous delivery. But Sussex might not be too unhappy to see the all-rounder starting to go for a shot or two.
Oh, I agree.
Hasn't looked loose up to now, but just as I say, starting to possibly, and he's trying to ramp that short ball from outside off stump over Allsop. Didn't get anything on it, but again, that's sort of 3 attacking shots in a row from Vian Mulder. 1 for 4, 2 missed really, but that was the sort of shot that he wouldn't have played, you feel, up to this point of his innings. He balls as he faced now for his 13. He's faced 32 balls now, so starting to try and play a little more expansively. Crocombe is in, tucks up Mulder with a ball that comes back in to him. He takes the bottom hand off the bat as he pushes it out towards deep backwards square. Fielder comes in off the ropes. Harrison Ward gets his throw away. Mulder picks up 1. He moves on to 14, 68 for 7.
He's quite quick, Henry Crocombe, isn't he? He's sharp.
I remember him from last season up at the Upton Steel County Ground. He was very impressive there as well. Plenty about him, the young man. Tall, comes in and bowls to Walker, who plays it well, leans forward rather than steps forward outside off stump and steers it through the vacant gully down to Lenham at third man. Takes 1, keeps the strike. 69 for 7, Leicestershire. Well, they've had a couple of decent overs, relatively speaking, but so much damage to repair.
And I just noticed, actually, I was just looking at Roman Walker at his I just noticed that it was his birthday yesterday.
It was 22, is it?
22, yeah. So happy birthday to Roman Walker for yesterday. Happy birthday to Daniel Ibrahim, who'll be 18 on Tuesday. And it is going to be Ibrahim who's going to be bowling to Walker, as luck would have it. 69 for 7. Daniel Ibrahim runs away from us. Just the 1 slip in place. Bowls to Walker, who edges down to... Picks up a single, fielded down in the distance by Brad Curry. Leicestershire to 70 for 7. This partnership now worth 24, which is... I think that equals the highest... I think that is now the highest partnership of the innings. Yes, the partnership of 22 between Hill and Welsh. Ibrahim in bowls, and Mulder plays very correctly down the track. Fielded on the bounce by Ibrahim, and there is no run. A slip at a third man, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. And one fielder I've missed out, a sweeper on the cover boundary in front of the Spenkarma Pavilion. Decent crowd in, not as big as it was on Friday, but still a pretty decent attendance. On a glorious day, I can barely see a cloud now. Comes Ibrahim, bowls, and Mulder plays to mid-on and picks up a single. Archie Lenham needs to come in off the edge of the 30-yard circle. But a well-taken single by Vian Mulder. He goes to 15. And Leicestershire to 71 for 7 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, your commentary team today here at Hove. Ibrahim tosses the ball from hand to hand as he then comes running in past umpire Ian Blackwell. Ian bowls, and that's edged down to fine leg. Didn't know too much about that, did Roman Walker. He goes to 18. And the total to 72 for 7. There is a bit of a breeze across the ground. You can see the Sussex flag on the clock tower scoreboard is sort of ruffling slightly in the breeze, which is probably making it very pleasant for spectators. Ibrahim is in, just the 1 slip in place bowls, and Mulder plays very confidently to mid-on. Again, it's Archie Lenham in the action, who runs to his right-hand side to field. 1 more to the total, 73 for 7. Mulder goes to 16. He's faced 36 deliveries. There's been the clatter of wickets around him all morning. But he's there, and while he's there is a bit of hope for Leicestershire. Ibrahim again bowls. Walker drives pleasantly to mid-off, fielded by Ari Carvelos. And there is no run. It's the end of Daniel Ibrahim's over, the end of his 4th over. No wicket for 21 for Dan Ibrahim. And at the end of that over, the end of the 21st over, Leicestershire are 73 for 7. Mulder on 16, Walker on 18. And that's a recovery because, as I say, at one stage Leicestershire were 46 for 7. Henry Crocombe's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. We're waiting for an update for the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, which will be coming in a few moments' time. But in the meantime, it's Henry Crocombe running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls and driven nicely by Mulder to mid-off. Good diving save by Brad Curry, who's inside the circle at mid-off. And there is no run. Now, Delray Rawlins is warming up, so maybe going to get a bit of leg spin shortly. He's nattering away to umpire Ian Blackwell. Just the one slip in place, and Crocombe is in. Down the hill bowls, and Mulder steers that to deep backward point, fielded by Alistair Orr on the boundary. 1 more to the total. Mulder just seems to have so much time to play his shots. He looks a very fine player, and he's clearly been a very good acquisition for Leicestershire this season, the South African. Leicestershire at 74 for 7. Crocombe on his way, and then just pulls out of the run-up because Roman Walker wasn't ready. Archie Lenham is also warming up down to our right-hand side, so maybe we're going to get a bit of spin from both ends. We shall see. I think Pujara will be very keen to keep his seamers going, having it's they that have got the wickets. Crocombe in bowls and played to backward point, fielded by Orr, who's up inside the circle. And good cricket by Ali Orr, who noticed that Ian Mulder just straight out of his ground slightly at the non-strikers end and hurled the ball at the stumps. It was well backed up by Dan Ibrahim. A slip and a sort of third or fourth slip in place now, as Crocombe is on his way. Down the hill bowls and driven by Walker. Back to Crocombe, who fields of his own bowling. And there is no run. You've done your update, Rich. I'm still waiting for mine. As Henry Crocombe wanders away back to the far end of the ground. 74 for 7, Walker 18. Mulder on 17. Sussex just with the 2 men outside the circle now, as in comes Crocombe bowled short, and Walker thought about pulling that and then just decided it was a risky shot, and in the end just decided to play the ball with a straight back into the offside, fielded by Pujara. And there is no run. Yes, and what a morning it's been for Sussex at Hove, because Leicestershire are 74 for 7 in this 50 over match, and believe it or not, that's something of a recovery. At one stage they were 46 for 7, Sussex winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. And what a good decision that has proven to be. And really the man of the hour has been Ari Carvelos, who's taken 4 for 16 in the 7 overs that he's bowled. But something of a recovery here from Leicestershire, who just get another run there. Now they go to 75 for 7. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Warwickshire batting first, having won the toss. They are 100 for 3 in the 23rd over. At the end of the 22nd over here at the county ground, Hove, and Leicestershire are 77. Walker on 19, Mulder on 17, and we are going to get a change of bowling. Dan Ibrahim is out of the attack. We're going to get our first spin of the day, and it's going to be Delray Rawlins.
And then for 21 for the youngster. Be interesting to see if it turns a little bit for Rawlins and or Lenham if he gets a chance. Walker and Mulder have a chat in mid-pitch. What have they added now? 29 so far. Biggest stand of the innings for the 8th wicket. They're going to have to at least quadruple that, maybe more. Leicester should have a faint hope of putting Sussex under any sort of pressure from this point on. Rawlins taking his time to set a field in company with Pujara. He's got long on and long off. He's got a deep mid-wicket as he goes in and bowls to Walker, who's working one off his legs behind square out towards the umpire. Running across from short, fine leg, though he's wider than that, really. Curry, so just a single to Walker. Rawlins is in, no turn there, but a good delivery on off stump, but has to be respected, is respected by Mulder. Back down the pitch it goes to Rawlins, bowling in sunglasses. He is in, and it gives it a little bit of air. Fuller, driven from under his nose, I should say, by Mulder, out through the vacant mid-off area, down to long off. He moves on to 18. Rawlins is in, quicker, flatter delivery to Walker, who leans forward, pushes it out into the covers. Pujara jogs up to his left to field, no run. Characteristically whizzing through his over, which is always good to see. He is in and bowls more air this time, tentatively forward. Is Mulder, is Walker just pushing the ball back up the pitch on the onside. Good to see the agency reporter arriving at 12:30, having missed 7 wickets already. Forward this time goes Walker, pushing it out towards mid-off, but Rawlins sprawls across to his left to cut off the ball before it can run down towards very much the man of the morning so far. Ari Carvelas down at long off. So dot ball, end of the over, 77 for 7, just the 2 singles from it. No obvious signs of turn for Delray Rawlins. But Sussex with an awful lot of slack, really, in terms of the overs that they give to the spinners. 23 have been bowled, 77 for 7 is the score.
And it's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to carry on the Sussex attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, who's coming into bowl to VM Mulder, who's on 18. He bowls and Mulder drives down the ground, and Henry Crocombe stopped the ball. I think it hit him on the inside of the ankle, actually. That looked painful. And he's actually stopping for a moment. Yeah, that's painful. It was absolutely belted back by VM Mulder. Crocombe, he was hit in that sort of inside of the left of his ankle, and that's painful. And I reckon that's a nasty blow. It wasn't on his boot, it's caught him on the ankle. Now the physio is not going to be the usual physio, John Morelli, who's away with the Southern Brave for the 100. And it's going to be Rachel Doyle, who's the Sussex physio, who's going to come onto the field. Now, I wonder if she's going to come on, or whether Henry's going to be okay. That blew him well hurt, I should think. That was beautifully driven by Mulder. Well, Crocombe's going to carry on. Physio not coming onto the field at the moment. That was a painful, probably right on the bone as well. There's not much flesh on that part of the foot or around the ankle. Anyway, he's running in, comes in and bowls short down the low side. That's wayward, and that's going to be a wide. I think he might just be worth Henry just having a little break here. He doesn't look to be walking particularly freely, does he?
Just putting a little bit of weight on that right ankle just to try and get the blood going through it and make sure it's all right.
I see Archie Lenham's warming up at mid-on, so I don't know whether Archie's had the call or we're going to get spin from both ends. We shall see. Let's hope Henry's okay as he comes running in towards us and bowls. Oh, not much wrong with that. Oh, that was a cracking delivery. It cut VM Mulder in half. It cut back down the slope, and Tom Alsop ended up taking it down the leg side. That was a belter of a delivery, so he looks okay. 78 for 7. I see the flag on the clock tower scoreboard is now absolutely limp to the mast. So there's barely a breath of wind down here on a lovely day at Hove. Crocombe, just the one slip in place. In again bowls. And Mulder drives handsomely. He's going to pick up a boundary. That's a lovely shot. He's a beautiful player, VM Mulder. I mean, he's gone to 22. We saw him get that exquisite double 100 here. He's a terrific cricketer, and you have to say, whoever's in charge of Leicestershire recruitment, that was a very good signing in the winter months.
Well, it was going to happen last year, and then for obvious reasons it didn't, and then he had international commitments and things like that. But it has taken him time to adjust to English conditions. in as much as these are English conditions.
Crocombe in and bowls. Well, he gets away with that. Now, that wasn't a great shot. He gets a thick inside edge, which he could have easily played on, and gets a single down to fine leg. He goes to 23, 83 for 7. South Africa must be very strong, though. But he's not, not in contention at all, because they are over at the moment, aren't they?
They are, and there's a sort of bit of a concern among Leicester supporters that they might just pluck him out of county cricket and incorporate him into the international squad. He plays all forms of international cricket, or has played all forms.
Crocombe down the hill bowls to Walker, who's very sensibly forward and plays into the covers. There is no run. And it's always the danger, Richard, isn't it? I mean, it's something Sussex have experienced this season. You get, particularly in the T20, you can get an overseas in, and the next minute, they're back playing for their country, and it is a problem.
It is, and I mean, the other danger is his sheer weight of runs. That's 660 he's on now in his last 6 innings for twice out. So he's averaging 330, if you want to put it that way, in his last 6 innings. But there's also sort of a bit of nervousness, with the 100, and they seem to be drafting players in left, right, and centre, don't they?
Crocombe in and bowls. It's a slow delivery right up in the block hole, which is equally well played by Walker. Plays to mid-on. There is no run. 83 for 7? Yeah, 83 for 7. Walker on 20, Mulder on 23. These two have now added 36.
He is going to sort of jog off and let the physio have a little look at his right ankle. So on comes Ollie Carter.
Yes, I don't quite know the rules around the 100 and getting players in, because a few players have dropped out. I mean, Stokes dropped out, didn't he? Bairstow dropped out. Ollie Robinson is out. I know Luke Wright was signed up to play. He isn't playing. I don't know who can come in, whether they can get overseas or what.
There don't appear to be any rules, do they? You can just draft it. If you throw enough money around, you can get anybody in you want. It would appear. I'm sure there are overseas rules. I exaggerate slightly, but in terms of domestic cricket, grab who you want. Rawlins is in. Back goes Mulder, forcing it away off the stumps through the point area out to the point boundary. In from the boundary comes the fielder, so it is just a single. Big ooh from Rawlins, but he got plenty of that. Mulder moves on to 24. Rawlins is in to Walker, who's just dabbing it down towards backward point this time, but more or less straight to the fielder, so no runs to be had on that occasion. Young Mr. Lenham, who continues to warm up. Rawlins is in, tosses it up, inviting the drive from Walker. Doesn't get it, just a solid forward defensive shot from, as I say, an aspiring all-rounder. Very much a sort of seam bowler by profession. Rawlins is in. Forward goes Walker, playing firmly back down the pitch, so firmly that Mulder, startled, has to fling himself back into the crease, but Rawlins just fielded it, didn't bother putting the ball onto the stumps. He is in, drops a little bit short, stays low, and good work by Lenham, diving to his right at that sort of backward point on there in those circles. Roman Walker, he moves on to 21, 85 for 7. That's it for the updates for us until just before the football starts. In goes Rawlins, driven firmly by Mulder, but a good falling stop away to his right by Pujara, who is sort of as languid appearing in the field as he is sort of when he's batting, but almost equally effective. He gets there, and in the same way that when he bats, he never looks violent or does anything too sort of accessible necessarily so, but always a sign of a good cricketer, isn't it, essentially, in those circumstances. End of the over, 85 for 7.
Well, I would agree completely. He's a very fine fielder. Several times this season I've thought to myself, wow, he's a really good fielder, Pujara. Well, good to see Delray Rawlins doing well in this competition. I think the great pleasure of meeting Delray's parents, who are over from Bermuda at the moment. They were here on Friday watching the. I'm not sure when they're going back. It was a great pleasure to meet Delray's mum and dad.
I remember being here when we met Joffrey's mum and parents coming over.
We did. So we were very lucky. And he responded. Delray getting 91 on Lenham, who's coming into the attack to bowl to Roman Walker, who's batted very sensibly for his 21 off 37 deliveries. Foxes, something of recovery here. Still an awful long way to go, but these two are sort of inching Leicestershire towards something that, you know, give him half a chance. Oh, that's a full toss from Archie Lenham, and he's very lucky that I think were Leicestershire not 85-7, I think that may have been sort of disappearing over the stands, but nonetheless, they're not. And he's just played to mid-wicket. There is no run, fielded by Carter. Crocom's still off the field. He's been hit on the ankle. In comes Lenham bowls. And that's a good delivery! Whoa, there was a loud appeal. I thought for a moment that he might have been out, LBW. Umpire James Treadwell at the far end deciding not out. James Treadwell, formerly of Kent, and played a bit of championship cricket for Sussex as well a few seasons ago. As comes Lenham again, bowling his leg spin. He's in and bowls, and Walker is forward and dabs that to backward point, fielded by Ibrahim, and there is no run. Henry Crocombe is talking to the physio down at the far end of the ground. I think that spins down there. Almost looks like the shape of Ollie Robinson, actually. I don't think Ollie's here today. In comes Lenham and bowls, and driven by Walker nicely down the ground. Lenham gets a hand on it, but can't prevent it going for a single down to the long off boundary, where it's fielded by Brad Curry. Walker goes to 22, 86-7. Archie Lenham tosses himself a catch or two, just the one slip in place, who's Tom Clark. Lenham is in bowls, and Mulder with a flick. I don't know if that came off the pad or whether there was a bit of bat on that. No, indeed, it is signalled as a leg by. And the total goes to 86-7. In fact, I think Henry Crocombe was talking there to Sean Hunt, who's down there on the leg side boundary. So, end of a tidy enough over from Archie Lenham, and over that cost. It's just disappeared off the scoreboard, actually. But the total is 87-7. Which means these two have now added 41 for the 8th wicket. And they both batted very sensibly, which is what has been needed by Leicestershire.
Sussex backroom staff may not be displeased to see them making it last until lunch. At any rate, Rawlins is in with a very full delivery, but as Adrian has said, doesn't really open his shoulders. Mulder just drives it carefully. He might have been looking to launch it otherwise. Drives it carefully along the ground, out too long off, and jogs one. Moves on to 25. Rawlins is in slightly shorter, pushed out into the covers. And a call for a quick single by Walker. Good call. As it turned out, it looked as though it might be a little bit closer than it was. Pujara did have a bit of ground to make up to the ball and made it quickly enough and got his throw away. Rawlins is in. Again, Mulder driving through mid-off. Making sure we got everything behind it. Taking one. 26 to him. 90 for 7. Changing to the field now. Lenham has gone into mid-wicket, just to basically swapped. He and Carter swapped, and Carter's gone to backward point. Not quite sure what that's about. Rawlins is in to Walker, who is digging it out rather firmly down into the ground. Bounces out towards mid-off. Rawlins bounces across and fields. Bowling with a white towel hanging out of the back of his trousers, and there's he's bowled him. He's bowled Walker. It's gone straight through him. He was looking to play across the line, and just as Leicestershire, well, when they weren't recovering, but they were dragging themselves towards some sort of score, well, that partnership of 41 has come to an end. It went through Walker there as he played slightly across the line, looking to push it out, perhaps towards mid-wicket. Rawlins has his wicket. Mr. and Mrs. Rawlins will be delighted if they're in the ground watching, as I'm sure they are, and Leicestershire are 90 for 8.
Yeah, a partnership of what is that? 44.
Yes, in the end, yeah.
Between the two. So he did his job, Roman Walker, but Leicestershire needing a little bit more now. The new man coming in should be
Bjorn Hendricks. It might be Chris Wright, but no, it's Hendricks. Left-hander. He can block. Have to block a long goal time because we are only just over the halfway point of the innings, 26.5 overs. And Leicestershire are 90 for 8.
The last ball of the over? No.
One more to come, I think.
One more to come in the over. I was just about to say, these two just batting very sensibly, just picking up the ones and just trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over in some way. But he bowled well the other day, he did, Delray Rawlings, picked up 3 wickets. In fact, it was his best list A return in terms of batting and bowling on Friday. And he does just vary his pace. I think he's just got this one that they're looking to cut him off the back foot. I think he just comes through a little quicker than sometimes the batsmen realise.
He's going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Hendricks and bowls. Hendricks outside off stump is steering it nicely down to third man. It's a bit of a chase down towards the third man boundary for... I'm assuming that's...
I think it's Curry. He's a long way away.
Curry out there. Yeah, it is. And he makes the stop. But again, applause at the end of the over because Rawlings has chipped in. He's joined the wicket takers. Only Ibrahim, bless him, has yet to pick up a wicket. But Pujara's bowling changes have been, for the most part, spot on.
Yes.
92 for 8 after 27.
I was just wondering with 8 wickets down whether he might just be thinking to himself, do I bring back Carvelos and try and wrap this up? Not saying that the spinners can't do it, of course, maybe they will. But anyway, it's going to be Archie Lenham who's coming in to bowl to Vian Mulder, and Mulder drives firmly, only as far as Pujara makes a very good stop at short extra cover. And there is no run. He really is a good fielder. I don't know why. I think he shouldn't be a great fielder, but he really is good. Championship, I've noticed him fielding in that position, saved a lot of runs. Lenham in bowls, Mulder is forward, plays into the onside, and Tom Alsop trots from behind the stumps to field, and there is no run.
I wonder if Mulder will start just to try and play a bit more expansively now, almost in despair as much as anything.
That's right, can bat though. God, I've seen him make runs.
He can hang around, yeah.
In comes Lenham. Bowls, and Mulder is... I wonder if that did turn a little, because he played it with a degree of suspicion, did via Mulder, but there is no run.
He's got over 3,000 first-class runs, Chris, right? It's a big ask.
Yes, it is. In comes Lenham again, bowls, and cut away firmly. Well, not as well as I thought, actually. I thought he'd cut that to the sweeper on the cover boundary, but it's a single straight to Pujara, and there is no run. I think I can hear our commentary, actually, going out in the... one of the lads in the press room is listening, I think. So they're probably picking it up in our effects microphone. Now, Mulder wants a new bat, I think. Or
tape, do you think? A little bit of tape.
Bat, yeah. Lenham bowls, and Mulder plays it straight back down the ground. He's going to pick up a single to long off, fielded down there by Brad Curry.
It sounded a bit cracked, didn't it?
Yes, it did. No, it did. I'm sure one of the Leicestershire lads will be running down, because what Mulder wants, Mulder should get at the minute, because he's holding this together for Leicestershire. He's on 27 of a 54 balls. He just needs someone to stay with him. Lenham in bowls to Hendricks. Gets a little low, and Hendricks just plays it onto the onside. There is no run. So the two South Africans trying to repair the damage for Leicestershire. Here comes someone running out in an orange top.
Scott Steele, Leicestershire's 12th man.
Here he comes, running out with his orange top and green trousers on. And I think he has got a bit of tape there for Via Mulder's bat. So, end of the over, 93 for 8. Hendricks on 2, Mulder on 27. And we've had 28 of the 50 overs.
You would think he'd sort of bring a drink as well, or something like that, but he has just brought tape, very utilitarian. Just a single from that Archie Lenham over. Wins 1 for 9 from his 3. I think he's bowled now. Just a momentary delay while Mulder completes these running repairs to his bat. He won't want to change his bat, Vian Mulder, assuming it's the one that he's been using throughout this extraordinary run. South African is on at the moment, with bat in hand at any rate. Beginning to translate into his bowling as well. It looks like he's completed those running repairs now. Rawlins round the wicket, bowls two, he makes a little bit of room and he's bowled him. He went back, tried to cut it away, and Mulder has gone now. And that really is perhaps the final nail in Leicestershire's coffin. Not expecting that at all, but he went back. He did start to make a little bit of room. Rawlins didn't lose his line at all. He wasn't put off by Mulder's movement at the crease. Decent delivery on off stump. Mulder, I think, cut over the top of it, hit about halfway up on off stump, and that is pretty much that. Leicestershire. Mulder goes for 27 off 55 balls, and as I say, I think pretty much from the Foxes' point of view and their supporters, that is the last glimmer of hope extinguished.
I just wondered whether his concentration was broken there by that sort of running repairs to his bat. Nonetheless, he's gone and the last man comes out. Chris, I'm sure that the people who have come to the cricket today, I mean, they'll be hoping Sussex win because the majority of the people in the ground are Sussex supporters, but they're probably thinking of, fancy a day at the cricket, but it looks like it may not be that long a day.
I'm afraid not.
I mean, whatever happens here, because, I mean, clearly Sussex have got a bat, but, you'd think Sussex would fancy their chances, but it isn't certainly going to go unless we get something heroic here from this last two.
Well, they won't have lunch, will they? I don't think, if these two are parted quickly.
Do you know, I don't know. Did you?
I think they'll just have a 10-minute break and then play.
Because you'll play to 50 overs, is that what you're saying? They'll play 50 overs before a break?
I think they'll look to.
Right, well, that'll be interesting. What have we had? This is the 29.
Yeah, only 28.1 overs, so this could be done by.
I mean, I just don't know what happens in this situation.
By lunch, but I've seen before in games when a team has been bowled out that the other side has started their innings if there is a good time before lunch, or scheduled lunch, which is 2:30. Rawlins is in to right to his forward, thick inside edge, runs out into the onside. Lenham has to run across from mid-wicket to field. One is taken. Can they get into three figures? 94 for 9. The Sussex crowd, as you say, this is slightly ambivalent about all this. They're enjoying it, but they're thinking, hang on, we've paid our money.
Yes.
All day's cricket here. Rawlins over the wicket to Hendricks, who is forward, pushing it slightly cross-batted out towards Pujara at mid-wicket. 2 for 10 for Delray Rawlins now. They'll be dancing in the streets of Hamilton, Bermuda. In he goes, and late down on it is Hendricks, pushing it away off the stumps out towards deep square, and one is taken. I've been hugely enjoying the Commonwealth Games.
Yes.
As I'm sure most of us have. Rawlins is in bowls, right is forward, pushing through mid-off for a single, taking one. Watching the 5,000 metres yesterday, and there was a runner from the Solomon Islands, I think he was in. Rawlins is in bowls. Hendricks is pushing out into the offside. Lenham is the fielder, and there's no run. End of Rawlins over. 96 for 9 at the end of it. 29 overs have gone, and I think he was lapped 5, maybe 6 times by the leaders in the end. It was extraordinary, but the crowd were more almost in the end supportive of him getting to the end than
the winner.
Than the winner. Bless him.
Yeah, that's been really good, the Commonwealth Games.
I've hugely enjoyed it.
There's been some great action, there's some terrific action in the swimming pool, and so some really good stuff. So 29 overs gone. Archie Lenham's going to bowl the 30th over. He's going to bowl it to Chris Wright, who's on 2. As in comes Archie Lenham. He's in and bowls, and right is very solidly forward, plays it to Bajara at short extra, and there is no run.
I think it's right. I think it's good that for Sussex's point of view that the spinners are bowling now at 10 and 11.
Yeah.
And they can't really slog, so they'll be struggling a little bit here, I suspect.
Lenham in again, bowls, and right plays it again to Bajara at short extra. Again, there is no run. Just the one slip. Two men saving one on the offside. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, a long off, a long on, a straightish mid-wicket, backward square leg, and a deep fine leg as it clicked away, and that could well be running away on that far side. Henry Croker is chasing the ball around the boundary. All does really well. That's a brilliant bit of fielding by Henry Croker, I have to say. I thought that was running away for 4 runs. It wasn't a great delivery. It was clipped away on the full toss, and Henry Croker, who's clearly done the worst for that rap on the ankle, went herring round the boundary, stopped the ball, and prevented the boundary. 98 for 9 are Leicestershire. Right, probably thought he had a boundary to his name. Lenham in again, bowls right is forward, plays down the onside of the track. Lenham fields, and there is no run. Archie Lenham tosses himself a catch in his pink shirt at the far end of the ground, comes in and bowls to right, short right, hammers that one away. Terrific save by Bajara, I have to say. Short extra cover, he parries the ball away, sort of goalkeeper style. Robert Sanchez, the Albion goalkeeper, would have been proud of a stop like that. And Wright picks up a single. 99 for 9 are Leicestershire. Lenham with to go of this, the 30th over of the innings. He wants a change in the field, actually. He wants his long off to come a little closer. Is he coming inside the centre?
Carvelis is warming up again. Fancies a 5 for...
Here comes Lenham bowls and hammered away, and that's going to be the first 6 of the innings. Well, I'll tell you what, nothing wrong with that.
Oh, sir, you dropped it.
Did drop it. That was his chance for fame, the gentleman over there. But anyway, the 100 up for Leicestershire. And I'll tell you what a shot from Hendricks. He just put his foot down the wicket and crashed the ball over wide mid-wicket for 6 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 9, and the Foxes got to 100. They're 105 for 9. And you're right, Eric Carvelis is warming up down below us, and I suspect that may be the last of Archie Lenham, when we may see Carvelis into the attack as they look to wrap up this innings. Good shot.
Gentleman in a white t-shirt and a green sun hat was absolutely picked out by Hendricks there, and he had all the time in the world. In goes Rawlins and bowls. He's driven through mid-off, quite straight by Chris Wright. Good bit of work to do. Oh, now young man. Well, he's made the stop on the boundary, but his foot on the other side was certainly over the ropes. Now, whether it actually touched the ground, he won't know because he wasn't sort of looking. But anyway, I don't think it's going to make any difference in the greater scheme of things. Rawlins is in to Wright, who picked. In those circumstances, Carvelis it was, who slid along the ropes, but his right foot, his back foot, was over the ropes when he made this stop. But whether it was on the ground, different question. Wright pushes that one out into the offside. Bajara fields, and there's no run. Rawlins is in. Wright is down the wicket, digging it out, and he's squeezed it past the diving Rawlins, who bangs the ground in slightly mock annoyance, really. Can't get too worked up when you've got the opposition 108 for 9. And he's probably hurt his right hand a little bit there as well by banging it against. He's examining his left hand, actually. He got his left hand to the ball. Hendricks, the big hitter, is on strike. In goes Rawlins, bowls to him. He goes back and chops it away through the offside, out towards the deep extra cover boundary, or does well. Bounces down the ropes, down towards deep extra cover from his fielding position on the cover boundary, and keeps Hendricks to 1, into double figures though now. The big man on to 10, 109 for 9. Rawlins is into Wright, who, as ever, is driving away through mid-off down to Carvelis for 1. 110. Wright on to 9. Hendricks has 10. So already these two have added, with that big blow from Hendricks off Lenham, 17 for the final. Will it be Carvelis coming straight back? It is. He is going to replace Lenham. You called it correctly, Adrian.
Yes. I see New Zealand have won talk about the Commonwealth Games, the bronze medal in the women's T20s. They must have beaten England at Edgbaston today. England losing to India yesterday. That's going to be a cracking final, India against Australia. As Ari Carvelos is going to see if he can wrap this up. But he's going to be bowling from the Cromwell Road end. He hasn't bowled from there so far today. Look at those figures. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 16. There are some very complicated rules, I'm being told, about whether we have lunch or not between innings here. So I'm sure, a lot depends when a wicket falls. Who knows? These guys might bat the next 19 overs, but said if a wicket falls now, I'm not entirely sure. As in comes Carvelos down the hill, bowls and right, plays a model forward defensive down the onside of the track, and there is no run.
Got everything behind that, didn't he, Chris? Right.
Yeah, he did, absolutely right in behind that. When the ball's been pitched up, that's when the batsman has struggled today. It's a good track. It's the same track that was used on Friday. That is confirmed. So thank you very much to Graham Irwin for letting me know that it is the same track. As comes Carvelos bowls to right, who's going to get runs here as he eases that down to third man. Past the diving rule into backward point. Wasn't a chance. Ibrahim nips round Leicestershire. Partnership of 21 between these two, which makes it something like about the third best of the innings, I think. Top's partnership was 44 between VM Mulder and Roman Walker, and then 26, I think it was, between Hill and Kimber. But you're already discussing a field change. Hendricks is surveying that leg side boundary where he's hit one enormous 6 already. As Carvelos, he's on his way. Bowls to Hendricks, who eases that down to third man and picks up a single. He goes to 11, is that going to go to? Yes, 112 for 9.
Hendricks batted for, I think it was about 25 overs at the start of the season to save a championship game against Worcestershire in company with Hassan Azad.
In comes Carvelos down the hill, bowls right, pulls down to fine leg, picks up another single fielded there by Archie Lennon, who gets in a throw that goes way over the head of Tom Alsop, backed up by Chetishwar Pujara, and the total goes to 113 for 9 in the 32nd over.
And both these two will get into line. They're not sort of back away and swing and hope tail enders.
Carvelos in again, bowls to Hendricks, who helps us on his way, and he's going to be caught. Oh, that would have been brilliant by Ali Orr. Well, that was extraordinary. It was pulled away by Hendricks. It looked like it was going for 6. Ali Orr, with an athletic, a brilliant dive, managed to palm the ball back. If someone had been near him, they could have caught that sort of palm back over the boundary. But he threw the ball in. Brilliant bit of fielding. 115 for 9.
Well, he did actually catch it one-handed and then threw it. He didn't sort of bat it back. It was a sensational piece of work by Orr.
Was.
Extraordinary.
In comes Carvelos again, bowls, and he very nearly plays on then, does Hendricks. The ball just dribbles in front of him, and there is no run. So a great bit of fielding by Ali Orr, because that looked like it was sailing away for 6 runs. He prevented the 6. In the end, it was just a couple. 115 for 9 at the end of Carvelos over, who's now got figures of 2 for 7. 25.
The awareness that, well, if I land here, it's going to be 6, so I'm going to have to throw it back in. But he didn't even throw it very far, so he wouldn't have too far to run to get into the ball. It's just a sensational piece of fielding. Making contributions all round Sussex at the moment. Rawlins is in to right, a little paddle sweep from outside off a stump. And around the corner it goes, but straight to the man on the 45. So no runs for Wright. Predetermined shot from him. Rawlins is in. Wright is driving over the head of Rawlins for 4. 1, 2, 3 bounces. Very straight. Rawlins put up his hand, but it was a foot or so above it. Nice hit by Chris Wright. A little late defiance of sorts from the Leicestershire tail. Right onto 15, 119 for 9. Rawlins tosses one up. He hits it high again out towards the fielder coming in from long off, who is Lenham, but he didn't get all of it, Chris Wright, and as well for him that he didn't, because Lenham was a good couple of yards short as he came running in from the long off boundary. Over the wicket goes Rawlins, and he's bowled him through Hendricks, the faster ball, and Leicestershire are all out for a sorry 124-9. Umpire Blackwell making all sorts of signals around to the ground staff. Now, that means that the light roller is going to come on. I think it also means that we're going to continue. We are not going to have lunch. I think play will continue in 10 minutes' time. Sussex need just 121 to win the game. They have bowled, Adrian, outstandingly well.
Yes, they have. I mean, and it was suddenly Ari Carvelos who really set the tone, and he's going to lead the Sussex players off his heel. Well, the openers are just running off to get their pads on. But Carvelos, with those 4 wickets, really set the tone early on. And Leicestershire, a couple of the Leicestershire lads are not in great form with the bat, but take nothing away from Carvelos, who's getting a standing ovation from the Sussex supporters in the Sven Karma Pavilion. Wonderful figures for him, figures of 4 for 21 in his 8 overs. So the roller is on, the ground staff are out doing their bit with their brushes, brooms and paint and all the rest of the regalia. We think we're going to be carrying straight on here.
I believe so.
So just a 10-minute break. So Richard and I will just have a breather for a few minutes and grab a cup of tea, and we'll be back with you. And, it goes without saying, Sussex firm favourite. I can see a couple of the Leicestershire lads coming down the... No, I think they're getting warmed up straight away.
To warm up, I would imagine,
yep. So it looks like we're going to start that. So I guess I could quickly zip through the scorecard just to before we go and grab a cup of tea. Leicestershire bat up for 120. Welsh bowled Curry for 4. Patel, LBW, Carvelos without scoring. Kimber caught Lennon, bowled Carvelos for 10. Hill caught Allsop, bowled Carvelos 13. Moulder bowled Rawlins 27. He top scored. Swindle's LBW to Carvelos first ball. Aaron Lilly bowled Curry for a single. Tom Scriven was caught Tom Clark at first slip off the bowling Henry Crocombe for 9. Rowan Walker did as well as he could. He made 23 before he was bowled by Delray Rawlings. And Brewer and Hendricks also bowled by Rawlings for 13. Chris Wright remained undefeated on 16. The bowling figures for Sussex: Carvelos 8 overs, 2 maidens, 4 2 for 24. Daniel Ibrahim 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 21. Henry Crocombe 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19. Delray Rawlings continuing his good form in the competition, 5.4 overs. 5 overs and 4 balls to be correct. No maidens, 3 for 22. Archie Lenham 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 11. So thank you for listening. We're going to leave the effects mic bubbling away, and we will be back with you, we believe, in just a few moments' time. Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray here, your commentary team from BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Leicester. When we signed off about half an hour ago, we thought we were only signing off for 10 minutes because we thought they weren't going to have lunch. However, the vagaries and the rules are such that we have had lunch and a break in play. So the Leicestershire players are now wandering out onto the field with the task of trying to defend this total of 120. Their kit, Richard, is extraordinary, isn't it? It's these green trousers, and their tops they've got almost look like they've got tabards because they've got green sleeves and orange on the front and back. But so they are very colourful, are the Leicestershire lads, making their way out, and they'll need a good performance here because they're well undercooked, and with the exception of a couple, Ian Mulder in particular, probably one or two shots in there that won't be desperately proud of, I think.
You're absolutely right. It would take something of a cricketing miracle for Leicestershire to put Sussex under any sort of pressure. They'll hope to pick up 2 or 3 4 wickets maybe, and trying to make a few inroads. Is that Mulder doing handstands at mid-off? That's quite impressive.
Oh, I didn't see that.
He just did a handstand. He can do anything, Mulder, at the moment. But even he couldn't rescue Leicestershire's innings from disaster. He top scored, but that top score was just 27. And then he kind of felt he kind of lost heart a little bit by that stage. He was in with Bjorn Hendricks, and Elroy Rawlins cleaned up the Leicestershire tail, having bowled Mulder, who went back, tried to cut one. Bjorn Hendricks, though, back in the side, bowled very well in the first game at Surrey. See if he can make early inroads as he comes in from the Cromwell Road end and bowls onto the legs of Harrison Ward. Thumps into the pad, trickles out towards square leg. Nick Welsh picks it up, and there is no run. Picked up 4 wickets against Surrey, picked up 2 more in the win over Middlesex. So if he can get a little bit of movement, there wasn't a little bit of swing for the left armour from that top Cromwell Road end of the ground, but not excessive. In goes Hendricks and bowls. Ward again is hit on the pad as he looks to turn into the leg side. Again, the ball bounces out, this time into the offside, and again there is no run. Bradley Curry, not possibly quite as quick, a little bit shorter than Bjorn Hendricks, but he did get the odd one to shape early on. To say that Leicestershire need early wickets, it's an unarguable point, I think, but I just don't want to lose this too quickly, really. Hendricks charges in and bowls, a little bit short of a length. Up on his toes is Ward, turning his wrists on the defensive push out into the leg side. Welsh comes across from mid-wicket to field, and there's no run again, but again no obvious signs of swing for Bjorn Hendricks. Has 2 slips. Aaron Lilly is at first. That's something of a departure for Leicestershire. Louis Kimber is at second. He's a fairly regular slipper, best pair of hands in the club probably, as Hendricks is in toward Fuller this time, and he's leaning forward. No big stride from the young left-hander, pushing it out towards Mulder at mid-off, and there is no run. Normally Chris Wright would open the bowling with Bjorn Hendricks, just looking to see if... I mean, he was warming up during the interval, so was Mulder, who picked up 4 wickets against Middlesex, as well as scoring an unbeaten century. I was saying during the interval that Leicestershire would have taken 2 away wins from the first 3 away games. In goes Hendricks and bowls outside off stump, chopped hard down into the ground by Ward, but a little bit too close to him to sort of cut it away through point, and there is no run. Again, Scriven the fielder, but it's just the manner of being bowled out for 120 will surely concern head coach staff. We will talk to him afterwards, and you'll hear the result on BBC Radio Leicester, perhaps during the cricket show on Tuesday as well. Leicestershire, though, have 5 days off essentially now. Next game isn't until next Friday. Hendricks is in. Ward outside off stump does steer that one away through point for 4. Lovely shot. Got up on top of the bounce and didn't really bounce too much either, and didn't swing, and cracked away nicely through point. All Scriven can do is jog after the ball to the fence. So perfect start as far as Sussex are concerned after 1 over, chasing just 121 to win. They're 4 without loss.
Yeah, and Harrison Ward has been in decent touch in the competition. He made 37 against Gloucestershire and 28 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Notable with really getting on with things in the opening 10 over power play. But I think here an opportunity to play a different sort of innings. I'm not saying he's going to go into a shell, but a real opportunity here with no real scoreboard pressure to get his head down and get a decent score on the board. That being said, of course, Sussex won't want to get themselves into some sort of a muddle where they go into a shell and then lose a couple of wickets and as Richard said, it would take something extraordinary. But it is going to be Chris Wright. Last time we were here, Richard, we had Ricky Clark with us for the week, who was a great mate of Chris Wright's. And in comes Wright running into bowl to the left-handed alley, or he's in and bowls, and or drives firmly into the covers. But there is no run.
Dad should have arrived by now, shouldn't he? We said 2 o'clock, so he should be here to see Ali bat.
Yes, Duncan said he would be here for 2, so that'd be spot on, actually. So what great timing, Duncan. 3 minutes past 2, and Ali faces his first ball. Lots of left-handers in this Sussex top 6, in fact 5. Cheteshwar Pujara, the only right-hander in the top 6, as in comes Wright running away from us in and bowls, and all with a play and a miss, not taken cleanly by keeper Swindles. I don't think there was a nick on that, was there? I'm sure there wouldn't, because they'd have walked
there'd have been a different sort of reaction, I think, from the Leicestershire field. I hope there wasn't a nick on that.
No, I'm sure there wasn't. Certainly no reaction from Chris Wright, who, well, he did his bit. He was 16 not out at the end, so he can say, well, I did more than I was required to do. Runs away from us, bowling to Orr, and Orr is hit on the pads, and a good delivery by Wright. Orr looking to play it on the leg side, rather squared up the ball, ricocheted into the offside, and there is no run.
Probably would have hit leg stump, but pitched a couple of inches outside leg, so obviously no point whatsoever in appealing, although didn't stop Rishi Patel, who's an inveterate appealer. He's at first slip now, so Aaron Lilly, it's usually Patel. Was that Patel at point now, just looking underneath the helmet?
Right in bowls, or up on his toes, and ball just back of a length played into the offside, and there is no run. Leicestershire, as Richard said, to have any chance, need to take wickets, and that's why they've got an attacking field. There are 2 men outside the circle. There's a third man and a deep square, but 2 slips in place.
It is Patel at point. Apologies, it's Lilly still at first slip.
Lovely afternoon, barely a cloud in the sky here as in comes Wright, bowls and all, tucks this one through mid-wicket. They've taken one, they'll look for 2 here with each. They're very quick between the wickets, and indeed is a comfortable 2 as well. The ball is fielded. Is that Mulder out there?
Scriven
gets in the throw. And Ali Orr is on his way with a couple. Sussex 2, 6 without loss.
Good crowd-ish, goodish crowd. Certainly the pavilion, a lot of members are here.
Yeah, no, I agree. There is. And I mean, there's just a dearth of cricket here at the moment, Richard. No championship cricket here now until the middle of September.
Oh, it's unreal.
In comes Wright and bowls, and all looks to glide that one backward of point. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 2 runs coming off the over. The Sharks are 6 without loss. Yeah, then Sussex play Worcestershire and Glamorgan here, the final 2 championship matches of the season. But after today, there's only 2 more days cricket here before like the 12th of September. So I think people are just thinking, well, it's a lovely sunny day. It's a chance to go and watch a bit of cricket. Unless, of course, Sussex were to progress in the competition, and if they were to get to quarter-finals and semi-finals, there may be more games. But actually, you'd have to win your group. Don't you
to get a guaranteed home. Effectively a semi-final.
Yes.
Because if you
come 3rd in your group, you're not going to play any of your games at home.
No. Hendricks over the wicket to Ward, slightly short of a length on off stump, stands up tall, forces it out into the offside, but only as far as Welsh at extra cover. And there's no run. Applause from Kimber, that was, at second slip. Concern for Leicestershire that there isn't any swing for Hendricks at the moment. There was swing for Curry, a little bit. Turns, South African, down the slope he comes and bowls to Ward, who again is forcing through the offside. This time he has got it between Scriven at point and Hill at extra cover, and it runs out to the point boundary, or just forward thereof, for another boundary. Nice shot from Ward, who clearly obviously still has license to go for his shots. It was a risk-free shot, really. He was right on top of the bounce. He's on to 8, 2 4s in the same spot for Ward off Hendricks. who is in and bowling, and that's in the air as it's sliced down towards wide third man. Good work down there by Roman Walker. Runs across to his left, gets his throw away, but the first time, arguably, Ward is taking a little bit of a risk. Went for that shot, and now the umpire, Treadwell, is having a word with Bjorn Hendricks, saying, be careful not to run in front of the stumps. In fact, it's an official warning. That is one clear warning. Raised his finger there, umpire Treadwell, to umpire Blackwell, who makes a note accordingly. Well, Bjorn Hendricks, in just his third over, has been warned for running on the pitch. In his second over, I beg your pardon. Just his second over.
Yeah, but I thought generally the umpires would have a quiet word. Maybe he had a quiet word. That just seemed to be a straight straight yellow card, didn't it?
Not having that. Hendricks is in. That's a better delivery outside off stump, in that it was not too far outside off stump, but well played by Orr, who just lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Lets it go through to Swindles. 11 without loss, 9 to Ward of that single off that Hendricks delivery. And umpire Treadwell is showing Lewis Hill, Leicestershire's captain, exactly where Hendricks was landing and where he should be landing and why he's given him the warning. But it was, as you say, no, just watch where you're going or anything like that. It was reached straight into his pocket, didn't he? At least we didn't see a previous chat anyway. I didn't. No. Hendricks is in, or is turning that one off his legs out as far as Hill, who's at wide mid-on. And there is no run.
It's a heavy defeat for England in the Commonwealth Games today, Richard.
Yes.
That bronze medal match bowled out for just 110 for 9. The 20 overs, New Zealand knocking them off for the loss of 2 wickets in pretty much 12 overs. So it was disappointing. The final at 5 o'clock. That should be a good game. India against Australia.
Hendricks is in, outside off stump, steered away to the backward point boundary, this time by Ali Orr. He too got on top of the bounce. It was a fuller delivery from Hendricks, and he was able to take sort of half a stride forward and crack it away in some style. 3 boundaries Hendricks has conceded in 2 overs in that area. Sussex, in pursuit, remember, of just 121 to win the game, are already 15 without loss after 3.
Elsewhere in the group, Durham 233 for 6 at the Riverside against Middlesex with 7 overs remaining.
Oh, they recovered quite well then.
Yes.
They were in a bit of bother early on, weren't they?
Somerset bowled out for just 199 by Gloucestershire at Bristol in the West Coast, or what do you call the West Country derby.
The cider day at Derby, perhaps.
Yeah. And Warwickshire 274 for 5 at the Oval against Surrey with 2 overs remaining. In comes Wright and bowls to Ward, and Ward is forward and just plays into mid-off, fielded by Hill, and there is no run. One other notable scores: Hampshire are piling on the runs. I think the game's at Canterbury. Beckenham. I did pause because it's a very fast scoring ground. Beckenham had a good track. Hampshire 366 for 4, and the 46 over Tom Prest 164.
Could get 400.
Yeah. In comes Wright and bowls, and he's picked up the wicket of Harrison Ward. I'm not sure if Ward played on, but either way, Harrison Ward is on his way for 9, and Leicestershire, who did need an early breakthrough to have, you feel, any chance at all, have got exactly that. And it's Ward who seemed to be back on his stumps. Difficult to tell from the angle that we're watching from. He's dragged the ball on, and Ward is on his way for 9, and the Sharks are 15 for 1, and it's Chris Wright who gets the breakthrough.
I think that's Wright's first wicket of the competition, but that's the 3rd batsman we've seen chop onto their stumps in this game out of the 11 wickets that have fallen. So perhaps it's not quite coming on in some respects as they're anticipating, although the other 2 were from the Cromwell Road end, weren't they? So hard pitch to read this at the moment. Actually,
it is. I mean,
which is a good thing. This,
Well, that's been good carry. I mean, he doesn't seem to be doing anything too dramatic, but umpire Blackwell just having a long natter there with Chris Wright. The new man coming out is another of the Sussex left-handers, as I say, 5 in the top 6, and this is Tom Clark, 21-year-old from Horsham, joining Ali Orr. They're strange sometimes, these chases against low totals, aren't they? I mean, it's, once you get to sort of 80, 90, you've only lost 1 wicket, you're on your way. But now you just, Sussex really should cruise home. But, a couple of wickets just puts a bit of doubt in players' minds. But anyway, Wright has picked up a wicket. 16 not out, and he's picked up a wicket. So Leicestershire will battle away. Tom Clark surveys the field. 2 slips in place. Now there is a change in the field. There's still a third man, and there's a fine leg. So the deep backward square has come inside the circle at square leg. So 2 slips, third man, 3 men saving 1 on the offside, a mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg as Wright is in, bowls to Clark, and Clark is forward to ball, good length, and placed to the onside. Does Tom Clark, and there is no run. Very elegant, left-handed, particularly through the covers. It's where most left-handers always look so good, isn't it? When he drives the ball, Tom Clark gets on the front foot. He looks a terrific player. Just waits as Wright is on his way. Bowls to outside the off stump. That was a good delivery, pacey delivery. Really bent his back there, Chris Wright. He had a little nibble at that, did Tom Clark. Taken by Swindles.
Went quite a long way, so much so that I thought for half a second he might have edged it.
Yeah, you just watch the first few overs here from Chris Wright. He's such a good bowler, and you think, perhaps Sussex aren't chasing 180, 190. You just never know, do you? It's such a strange game. Wright runs away from us. In and bowled. Clark up on his toes far more securely, plays into the offside. Then there is no run, but there's been a little bit in it for the bowlers today. Certainly Carvelos, figures of 4 for 21. He got a little bit out of the pitch.
Learned a little bit more about him during the interval. Played for Dorset.
Yeah, well, we're going to speak to him tonight, so that could be quite a lengthy interview to find all about Harry Carvelos. Not spoken to. Right. In and bowls, and Clark very nearly plays on. It's very difficult for us to see from our position because we've got Ali Orr, who's at the non-striker centre, is right in front of us, and I can only assume Tom Clark got a little nick on that, in which case there could have been another play on.
Big nick. It went off the thick inside edge, and between the stumps and the batsman behind him, so to speak, but only just behind him, so it wasn't anywhere near going onto the stumps. But again, false shot, and you just, as I say, wonder whether the odd one isn't coming through in the way the batsman expects it to. Excuse me. Hendricks, then, warning or not, will continue from the Cromwell Road end to bowl 2. Clark, who is waiting with bat raise as Hendricks is in, bowls to him and pulls him away to the midwick boundary with a really impressive timing and aggression. Took a little half step down the wicket and Hendricks banged it in. Didn't bang it in too short. You wouldn't say it sat up nicely because he's still quite quick, Hendricks, and it came through, but even quicker were Clark's hands. Cracked it away through mid-wicket for 4. Great shot.
That was a great. Felt his confidence a world of good. Beautifully played.
Hendricks is in again to him. He's more respectful this time. Defends on the back foot. Delivered just slightly short of a good length. Drops it out into the offside. And Mulder walks in and picks it up. Hendricks, whose demeanour I haven't seen change really in his time at the club, just turns, and whether he's taken a wicket almost or been hit for 6, he just gets on with it.
And he's still running in on that same line, isn't he? He hasn't been tempted maybe to come around the wicket or change his angle at all. He has had this warning, which came very early, I have to say.
He is in and bowls onto the legs of Clark, who's cross with himself. He tried to whip it away, thumped into the pad, trickles down towards Swindles, stepping to his right, obviously behind the stumps. And there's no run. He is bowling from wider in the crease, though, Hendrick. Just watched him carefully there. And I think he's using now the blue cut, you know, the 1 day wide marker almost as a guide. He's making sure his front foot is landing close to that instead of closer to the stump, so to speak, to make sure he falls away. And he goes and bowls, squares up Clark, thick outside edge along the ground, through the gully down towards third man. In comes Walker. There's an appeal. Run out, but it was good running by Clark. Turn for the second. Walker's throw was on the bounce to Swindles, who fairly demolished the stumps. There was only 2 left standing drunkenly, and the off stump, the left-hander's off stump, is out of the ground. And they made their 2 safely in the end, but he had to scamper.
Yeah, he did. I just thought for a minute it was going to be close, but he...
Unnecessary risk, perhaps,
Well, yeah,
but I would have thought.
Yeah, I mean, when you're chasing such a low score, it's just a good opportunity here for some of these Sussex batsmen just, to spend some time out in the middle, not to do anything daft.
Less than 100 now needed already by Sussex to win the game, with 9 wickets in hand. Hendricks is in, goes past the outside edge with a delivery that doesn't move too much. Clark played down the wrong line, bounced past the outside edge. And he has a habit, Clark, of when he's been beaten, he looks back to see where the ball has gone. And some batsmen only do that when they've nicked it. So
yes.
he might want to get out of that habit. He might, to give the umpires ideas. I don't think so, though. Treadwell and Ian Blackwell, pretty good umpires. In goes Hendricks and bowls. Again, he's using his feet, Clark, getting forward and then trying to force into the offside. Does so, but it's stopped by Scriven at backward point, and there is no run. End of the 5th over of the innings, 22 for 1. Sussex needing 121 to win.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, your commentary team on a lovely day on the south coast. You may be watching the Sussex live stream with the excellent cameras. Wherever you're listening from, very good afternoon. If you want to email us, we've had a few earlier on today, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at FoxesCricket22 or at BBC Sussex Sport. I'm sure that probably supporters of both Leicestershire and Sussex have a few of their cricket fans who also have half an eye on the football as well, so they're with both Brighton and Leicester playing. As in comes Chris Wright, comes in a bowl short, hammered away by Alistair Orr through mid-wicket. Picks up a single, because there's a fielder out there. Orr goes to 7. Where he joined Tom Clark, the man out, Harrison Ward, who was out for 9, bowled by Chris Wright, or rather playing on, but it goes down in the Booker's bowl. Ward out for 9. 2 slips in place. Third man, 3 men saving one on the offside, 2 on the leg, and a deep mid-wicket as Wright comes running in, bowls to Clark, and Clark eases this one to backward point, and there is no run. A hush around the ground. But as Richard said, a decent-sized crowd in as well. There's a lot of cricket here over the next few weeks, and people just making the most of... Chris Wright is just making a signal there towards... Is that Lewis Hill?
Vian Mulder's at mid-on.
Yeah, he was just making a sign. I don't know if that was just sort of say skidding on a bit. I don't know, but it was some sort of a signal. In comes Wright and bowls. Lovely looking shot by Clark. Off drive, but straight to cover, and there is no run.
Blackwell sort of gesturing to his side as well as Chris Wright. But I mean, they'll be old. I don't think that would they have played together anywhere? I don't think so, but they'll certainly have met as opponents many a time on the cricket field. Chris Wright and Ian Blackwell.
Yes, I'm sure you're right. Comes right, bowls to Clark, who sort of skips into the shot, plays it to mid-on, fielded by Mulder, and there is no run. I mean, James Treble played for Sussex in reasonably recent history. He played in the Championship, I think it was the year Sussex went down, actually, or maybe the year before that, but certainly in the last 7 to 8 years. Interesting, actually, that Mulder's now warming up at mid-on, or maybe he's just stretching his back. Right. Sets off again, running up the hill from the Cromwell Road in, bowling to Tom Clark, and Clark works this one easily down to third man, picks up a single. He was looking for 2, but it was never there. Throw comes in, Clark goes to 8, and the Sharks to 24 for 1. Of course, the other thing here for Sussex is obviously they'll want to win the game and get the points, but they're also, there's a good opportunity to, in terms of run rate, you never know how important it is going to be in groups. Only 3 sides qualifying, so the objective will be to win the game. If they can win the game in reasonable time and not lose too many wickets, then that will be to the good. Leicestershire, by the same time, might think, well, we might lose, but if we get a few wickets, in comes right, bowls to Orr. Oh, beautifully fielded at backward point. Brilliantly fielded, actually. It was a good cricket all round. Good shot from Ali Orr, punching the ball away through backward point, and a lovely diving save by, who's that in there?
Patel, Rishi Patel.
Beautiful diving away to his right-hand side. He gives a thumbs up. Bowler probably said, thanks very much. End of the 6th over of the Sussex innings, 6th over of the power play, and the Sharks are 24 for 1 with Clark on 8, Orr on 7, the man at Harrison Ward for 9.
Plenty of seam options for Lewis Hill, should he want to make an early change. Indeed, he is making an early change. So Bjorn Hendricks, after just 3 overs, is coming off, and his fellow South African, Vian Mulder, is coming on. He's going to bowl around the wicket. 2 the left-handers, he's decided. First of whom to face him will be Clark. Just the 1 slip for Mulder as he bustles in from the Cromwell Road and edges just short of Louis Kimber. And, well, actually, I say just short. It was 2 feet short, really. And Swindles is looking very puzzled at why that carried only as far as it did.
Yes.
I'm a little bit confused myself, to be quite honest. He seemed to go at it quite hard, and it should have sort of carried through to Kimber, and Swindles is telling Kimber to stand closer. In goes, Mulder, and it goes through Clark this time, and it beat him on the inside. He slightly airy drive from Clark, and didn't miss off stump by so very much, or the inside edge by so very much. So Clark, curious approach at the moment, but Mulder straight into his line and length, inevitably, on the back of his 4-for against Middlesex a couple of days ago. Turns, hurries down the slope and bowls. Clark edges through second stroke third slip down to third man Kimber. No real chance there. He just had to watch it as it flew past him away to his left at around about chest height. But 3 balls that have tested Clark, and he's probably quite pleased now to be down the other end. Just trying to get the measure of Vian Mulder. Got that one to bounce a little bit. He was the only one who really got movement at Radlett on a hybrid pitch, it's got to be said. And seeing that, Hill says, well, might as well have 2 slips in instead. Rishi Patel comes in 2 first, stands quite wide. And Swindle's trying to get his slips to stand a little bit closer. Kimber is at second. In goes Mulder and bowls, worked by Orr out towards mid-on. Hendricks is sort of back on his heels a little bit on the edge of the circle. So in the end, a comfortable single. But even Orr there, not entirely comfortable as he sort of shoveled that one out, rather.
No, I agree. That batting hasn't looked straightforward. I mean, I think Leicestershire bowled very well, to be honest, considering they've got so little to play with. I'm just giving 1 or 2 little problems here to these 2 left-handers.
Hill is bringing his deep square Lily into mid-wicket as Mulder is in. Lovely on drive for by Clark. He had no problems with that delivery. It was fuller and he leant into it with some relief and crunched it away through mid-on, and all Hendricks can do is turn and jog up towards the long-on boundary. Gentleman wearing a sun hat sensibly clambers over the advertising hoardings to save Bjorn Hendricks going the final 10 yards.
Yeah, it was a super shot, wasn't it?
It was. 30 up for Sussex. A quarter of the way towards their target. Mulder is in. Clark is leaning forward into that one, but defensively pushing it out into the offside, out into the covers. I think Welsh runs into field, and there is no run. 30 for 1 then after 7 overs. Clark has 13. Ali Orr has 8.
Yeah, lovely shot, wasn't it? He's made a couple of lovely shots actually in this innings of 13 as Tom Clark. I mean, you think this ought to be really pretty comfortable for Sussex, but Chris Wright just picking up that wicket of Harrison Ward. Lewis Hill is just standing out here thinking about maybe a change in the field, but they're going to persist with the 2 slips. Lewis Hill just holding up his hand and saying, look, we'll leave it as it is. He's fielding at mid-off. And it is going to be Chris Wright who's running away from us. From the C end, in and bowls to Orr, who plays that firmly into the covers. But there is no run. Or gestures as if to say, yeah, it was a goal.
And judging by the cheer, it might be Brighton who've scored.
I would imagine Brighton have scored.
A huge cheer.
Yeah, there was a huge cheer.
Goodness me.
But obviously, they're all running into the corporate hospitality area.
Well, Danny Orr's defensive shot was a good one, but possibly not quite that good.
Yes. In comes Wright, running in and bowls, and Clark. Oh, beautiful shot by
That deserves a cheer.
Yeah, quality shot. Really was a beautiful shot by Ali Orr. Over pitch, and he just eased into that lovely cover drive. He races away for 4 runs. Good shot by Orr. He goes to 12, and the Sharks to 34 for 1. Just back to his mark as a word to Lewis Hill. There's not a lot really Wright can do. They've got to keep the pressure on and try and pick up a couple of wickets if they can. 34 for 1. In comes Wright over the wicket, bowls, and Orr tucks this on the leg side. Now they're going to set off for 2 here. They're very quick between the wickets, are these two. Now, very wisely, they decided not to come back for the second. That was a good call. Both scampered the first run really, really quickly. But the throw came in from deep mid-wicket right over the top of the stumps, and there's no question they'd have been run out if they had attempted the second. Right. Surveys his field and then waits at the end of his run. Number 31 on the back of his shirt comes running into bowl to Tom Clark, who's 13 not out. He's short, pulled away, and Clark attempted to pull that, and the ball whistles past the outside edge through to the keeper, and there is no run. 1
for the over, says umpire Blackwell. He was kind of a bit too soon on it. I just wonder if might be a little bit too paced. For goodness, if Sussex were to go on and win this, as seems likely to be the case, and Brighton were to win at Old Trafford, then what a day it would be for Brighton sport.
Yes, it would.
And Sussex sport.
A double. Yes, it would be a double. Pascal Gross, the scorer for Brighton. He comes right, bowls, and worked a backward point by Tom Clark, and there is no run. German. So there we are.
I'll find out when I go to do my update at half-time how Leicester City are faring, but...
Yes, I think they're goalless at the moment.
Well, there we go. That's why we haven't heard any cheers from...
That was a big cheer, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
It was a big cheer.
It was.
Biggest cheer of the match. Crazy. It was a sporting event 200 miles away. In comes Wright. Bowls to Clark, who hammers this straight down the ground for 4 runs. Well, I think he was, in fairness, I think he was looking to pull that a little bit squarer than he did, but it's gone very straight, and Wright had no chance of stopping it. And Tom Clark looked in decent form here. He goes to 17, and the Sharks to 39 for 1, and Chris Wright rather resigned, took his sunglasses and cap from umpire Blackwell.
That might be it for Wright.
Yeah. Lewis Hill. Lewis Hill's got to try something a little different, hasn't he? He's probably, I don't know what he will try.
Roman Walker or Tom Scriven.
Right.
Will be the next seamers off the rank, so to speak. Walker making his Royal London Cup debut. Got to have a look at him. I would think Scriven bowled very well 2 days ago at Radlett. Mulder continues from the Cromwell Road end, bowls and nicely guided by Ali Orr down towards Roman Walker at wide. Third man Walker has a good bit of work to do down there. Overthrows the non-striker's end, but 2 taken as Hendricks does the backing up, makes sure that there are no overthrows. 41 for 1, over a third of the way there now. Sussex. These runs will come very quickly, just 70 more needed. Lifts his bat and pulls it massively over mid-wicket for a huge 6 into the road. I can see it bouncing there into the flats over the road. What an immense blow that is. Goodness me, almost down on one knee and lifted Mulder. Well, I would say it was at least 30 feet high when it crossed the ropes there at deep mid-wicket, draped square leg over the road into the gap between the 2 blocks of flats on the other side of, I assume is it? And what a blow that was.
That
wow.
was an amazing shot, wasn't it? He showed a different side to his game, Ali Orr, this year. He's clearly been working very hard with Grant Flower. Brenda was bored
Brenda.
out.
Hello, Brenda.
There's Brenda. There goes Brenda. He gets a round of applause. There she goes, Brenda. Yeah.
I love the way she gets onto the
Brenda.
pitch with the box of new balls each time.
They're through the little picket gate there. Well done, Brenda. We've got a new ball. That was. I mean, that would have been a 6. Pretty much any cricket ground, I reckon.
I think it was still in the air when umpire Treadwell was heading towards Brenda there. He knew that was going the distance. It took a huge bounce as well. In goes Mulder and bowls again again onto his legs, this time tucked calmly down towards long leg. And good work down there by Aaron Lilly to drag it back just inside the ropes. Or has to settle for a couple on that occasion. He moves on to 21, 47 for 1. That's as big a 6 as I've seen hit this season.
No, that was huge, wasn't it? That really was a huge blow.
I wonder what that bounced off, because it absolutely,
Bit of concrete, I reckon.
Must have done, because it must have bounced high. It got up to about the 4th floor on the bounce of those flats opposite.
That was slightly crazy, wasn't it? That was a massive blow.
Mulder is in, bowls straight to Orr, who is turning his wrists on that defensive push out into the on-side as far as Rishi Patel, and there is no run. Stylish as well, isn't it? Down on one knee. And
he's, prior to this season, he, pretty much everyone had Ali penciled in as a red ball opening bat, but he showed another dimension to his game. I thought he did very well in the T20 competition.
If you want to make a good living as a professional cricketer, you pretty much have to now as a batter, don't you?
You do.
Mulder is in, 2 Orr is cutting hard, straight through Scriven at backward point for 4. Scriven head down, but he did hit it like a tracer. And although it was very close to Scriven and he went down, tried to get his hands down, couldn't get them down in time. And Orr is taking Sussex towards this score at a rate of a knot. He's brought up the Sussex 50, 53 for 1. And off this over, 8, 10, 14 so far with a ball to bowl, and Sussex almost halfway to their target. Mulder is in. He's pulling him high over mid-wicket again. Exactly the same play. Hits the top of the flats. 4th floor. It actually hit the roof of the big block of flats. That are two huge blows. Gentleman up on the balcony was almost in the game there. I hope he got that one on his phone, but he was actually, it's the flat next door to his that the ball hit the roof. And on comes Brenda again.
Hey,
And she gets a huge cheer. The Sussex faithful are beginning to enjoy themselves, and why not? 20 off that Mulder over, and Sussex have shot onto 59 for one. They are halfway towards their target, and Ali Orr, wow, two of the biggest blows you will see at Sussex this season. Now he's moved next door. He's moved on to check, that gentleman, so it was his flat. He's making sure everything is one piece up there, but it is 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th floor of that building. He may have lost a tile.
Yeah, I reckon he might have done.
I didn't see any sort of tiles slide off or anything like that. I think it sort of hit on the corner where the thicker tiles are, so he might be all right.
He's talking to his neighbour. He's saying, "Well, where did that ball go?" Anyway, here's going to be Scriven.
Walker.
Walker, I'm sorry, into the attack. Ball to Clark, who's just helped that to a fine leg. And he gets a wicket off his first ball. And
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. Well, what happened there?
Thigh pad? That looped a long way, didn't it?
Well, it out of slow motion, really. It was down the leg side. I thought Tom Clark had just hit it straight to short, fine leg. But it must have come off the thigh pad. That carried a long way off the thigh pad. Tom Clark wasn't going anywhere. But after all the excitement of Ali Orr, I hope Duncan's made it to the ground, Ali's dad. Oh, I think it's another Albion goal.
Oh, my word.
There's another roar.
What's going on in Sussex sport today? Yeah. Sixes?
They're
goals?
They're all running in to see the replay now. In comes Walker, bowls to Clark, and that's well fielded at short, fine leg. There is no run. It's quite difficult to concentrate here at the minute because Ali Orr is hitting the ball out the ground. Brenda's coming on with balls. There's roars from the corporate area to our right because Brighton are scoring, we think now, 2 goals. And when they score, there's suddenly a rush of people go into the little tent away to our right-hand side.
These are famous minutes in the annals of Sussex sport, surely.
In comes Walker. Bowls to Clark, rather. He tucks that one through square leg and picks up a single. He goes to 18 and the Sharks to 60 for 1. 2
huge sixes from Ali Orr.
Yeah.
As big as I've seen on this ground. 2 goals for the Albion at Old Trafford.
I know.
All within the space of 10 minutes.
Yeah, we can't keep up, can we? It's too much.
Scenes. At the county ground.
In comes Walker, bowls to Orr, who this time, instead of belting the ball for 6, settles on a single. Well, it could be an overthrow. Actually, there isn't because it is backed up. But 61 for 1. Clark on 18, Orr on 34.
Over halfway. Towards the target.
Yes.
Of 9.4 overs.
Gross has got the second Brighton goal as well, so 2 goals from Pascal Gross, it would seem. Walker in, bowls down the leg side, and it's given a wide. Well, sometimes it doesn't go your way, Richard, does it? And it seems like Leicester are going to have one of those days today, but they're not out of this competition. They've won 2 of their first 3 good wins against Middlesex and against Surrey.
Yeah,
where'd you go on Friday? Are you back at...
No, well, we are finally at the Upton Steel County Ground for a game against, he says, thinking about it, I think it's not Gloucestershire. We're at Bristol for them.
In comes Walker, bowls. Clark, you to cut that one away through backward point. Doesn't make contact, the ball goes through to the gloves of keeper Swindles. And there is no run.
It's Warwickshire at the weekend. Let me have a look on the...
You know, when you've won 2 out of 3, I mean, Sussex win this, they'll have won 2 out of 3 as well, so it's going to be lots of 1, 2 out of 2. It's going to be an interesting couple of weeks in the 50 over cup as in comes Walker, bowls to Clark, who plays that to backward point. There is no run. End of the over. Sussex are 62 for 1 at the end of the opening power play. It means that Leicester now have the opportunity to move more fielders outside of the 30-yard circle if they so desire. My feeling is they probably won't do that because they need wickets. Sussex halfway towards their total. They need 121 to win. And And at the end of the power play are 62 for 1 with Clark on 18, Orr on 34. And Ali Orr, who took rather a liking to Ian Mulder in his last over, 26 off that over there, were you know?
26.
Oh, no, sorry.
I got 20.
Yeah, 20. Sorry, yes, 20. He's in his.
That's bad enough.
Yeah, he's in his third over. I do apologise.
He is in now and bowling, and he's driven out towards third man. Walker has to come sprinting in. He slipped as he'd looked to think about a second there, or so he has to settle for just one. I'm not sure there would have been two. There probably would, because the throw from Walker, although it was on its way, was a little bit wild. But it all ended up with just the one in the scorebook. So Orr on 235. No wonder he wanted to sprint back down the other end, see if he could hit another couple of sixes, perhaps, off Ian Mulder, who is in to Clark, who is getting a straight ball that he's not on driving. He's pushing firmly as far as Hendricks at mid-on, and there is no run. I'll tell you where I can find who we're playing on Friday by looking at the Foxes app, which they're always very keen to encourage. It's Somerset at home on Friday.
Somerset, okay.
Who are in goes Mulder and bowls, driving through mid-off and getting it through mid-off out to the long-off boundary for 4 is Tom Clark, sprawling across to his left mid-off. Fielder Hill was unable to get there, and he's a bit cross. He thought he should have done.
Yeah.
But another boundary for
via
Tom Clark. Sorry, Adrian.
50 partnership.
Off just 43 balls in half an hour. Any nerves that Sussex just might have felt, I suspect, are now dissipating rapidly. Mulder is in to Clark onto the legs, into the pad. It trickles out towards backward square, and the leg by is taken. Yes, up goes the left knee of umpire Treadwell. Very vigorous signal of leg by. It fairly thumped his left knee there, umpire Treadwell. Looks like he's quite enjoying himself. I don't know where he's based, James Treadwell, whether he's still based down here, but he's going to get the much of the afternoon and evening off, I would suggest.
Yeah, I mean, generally these games you wouldn't expect to finish much before sort of 6 o'clock.
The cut-off time for the innings is 5:30, but that's obviously because Leicestershire's finished so early. Driving in the air is Orr, thick slice that runs through about 4th slip. Had there been a 4th slip, he'd have been in game. There isn't a 1st, 2nd, 3rd or 4th slips, just Harry Swindle's behind the stump. So Roman Walker down at 3rd man has to do the fielding. A solitary goal, unlike the many goals at one stage we had in the championship game, when we were invaded by about 300 of them eating flying ants. We were eventually informed.
Yeah, that seagull's slightly dozing in, and he sort of suddenly the ball whistled past him.
Have you seen one hit on the ground in your many years here?
I haven't. No.
Mulder is in. Forward is Tom Clark this time, playing down to Walker again, but this time very deliberately. Just angled back defensive push through gully down to Walker for a single. I can see the sort of 2 marks where presumably which supported the stage perhaps for our friend Mr. Bublé.
Yes.
Sort of jazz singer, isn't he? Is he, or is he a popular singer? I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
I know you're a Human League man. You've told us already.
I'm more Human League than Michael Bublé. But they should have had 2 concerts here, because Tears for Fears should have played here as well. But I think one of their band was injured. I think they were going to play at Derby as well, actually.
Because actually, I should have known that, because one of our news editor was going to come down and see. He told me when he realised I was at home. He said this is during the championship. I'm coming down there next week to see Tears for Fears.
Oh, right.
But he obviously didn't.
No, he didn't, because it was cancelled, sadly. It is going to be Roman Walker who's going to come into bowl the next over, the 12th over of the innings, coming to bowl to Tom Clark, and Clark is forward and just plays that into the offside. And there is no run. 70 for 1, so Sussex needing another 51 to win.
It's almost updates time. It must be close to half time, so I better go prepare.
Same with me, actually. I suspect they'll come to us with the...
There'll be such excitement, though, that I might have forgotten.
Half time in the football. In comes Walker again, bowls, and Clark plays this one down to fine leg. They're always looking for two, these two, and he's going to come back for that. I don't think there really should have been two there, to be honest. Good running, you have to say that, between Orr and Clark, but I think that the Leicestershire fielders quite within their right to look down the fine leg and say that really only should have been one. But Clark was so fast running that first run that he puts pressure on the fielder. Tom Clark goes to 25, and the Sharks at 72 for 1. In again, bowls, and Clark plays slightly across the line. He's a little fortunate. He was looking to play that through extra cover. He got a big thick edge, and the ball ends up down at fine leg. He picks up another single. Does Tom Clark? He goes to 26. The Sharks do 73 for 1 here. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray watching a ferry. Comes Walker again, bowls and pulled away by Alior. He gets a single down to fine leg. All goes to 37. And the Sharks to 74 for 1. Still the Slip is the only close fielder. As Walker is in and bowls, and Clark plays off. Chris Wright has to run round on the edge of the 30-yard circle to field. One more to Clark. He's on 27. And these two just sing Sussex through to victory. Walker in and bowls, and Orr clips it off the hip down to fine leg. There will pick up 2 here because down on that boundary, Hendricks has got a long way to run around, and Orr's very quick between the stumps. Comes back for his second run. He goes to 39, does Alior, and the Sharks at the end of the 12th over are 77 for 1. Yes, they are, Tim, and they're making really light work of it. 77 for 1, Sussex are, after just 12 overs. Alior, who's hit 2 of the biggest sixes I've ever seen hit at this cricket ground, has moved on to 39. Tom Clark with him on 27. The only man out is Harrison Ward, who was bowled by Chris Wright for 9. That was when the score was on 15, but any jitters that might have been in the Sussex dressing room dispelled by this pair, who have batted really beautifully. Sussex needing another 44 to win. Tim, I think they're going to do that comfortably. Quite funny, really, because the 2 biggest roars of the day, not just for Alior's sixes, but when the Albions scored those goals away to our right-hand side, there's the corporate area, 2 big roars, and lots of people running in to have a look at the television and see what's happening. So it could be a famous day and a famous double for Sussex. Sussex here, 77 for 1. Played into the offside by Clark, and there is no run. 77 for 1. The slip has now disappeared. There's a fine leg, deep backward square, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, point, sweeper on the cover boundary. As in comes Scriven, bowls to Clark. Played out into the offside, and there is no run. To see if I can get a little message to the studio, just to see if they could cut the clean feed, would be quite useful. And there is no run. Comes Scriven bowls to Clark, who's forward, plays it down the offside. There is no run. Thank you, Andrew. It's very kind. Just clearing off our clean feed. More breeze around Hove this afternoon. I can see the flag on the clock tower just sort of fluttering away. Tom Scriven is on his way from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Clark, who clips this in the air, not far away from mid-wicket, but he's picks up a couple of runs, just Tom Clark. He goes to 29. Sussex to 79 for 1. Sussex needing another 42 to win. There's a little bit of gardening. The scores in the other games in a moment's time in this group, as in comes Scriven bowls and forward comes Clark and plays a ball of good length to short extra cover, and there is no run. So Durham bowled out for 268 by Middlesex. 119 there from Michael Jones, rather rescuing Durham, who were in all sorts of trouble, 16 for 3 at one stage. Somerset bowled out for 199 by Gloucester. Scriven in bowls. Clark, oh, he's in it again. Well, he's at it as well now. That's a huge six by Tom Clark, and almost effortless. Length ball, and it was just clipped away by Tom Clark nonchalantly. The ball flies over mid-wicket. That's gone many a mile. That's gone into the gardens as well. The Leicestershire fielder out there is out saying, yeah, can we have some a replacement ball, please? That's gone many a mile. 3 huge sixes. 2 by Ali Wall, 1 from Tom Clark. Tom Clark goes to 35. And Sussex are 85 for 1. And here comes Brenda again. Well, she's been kept busy as Brenda today. And Brenda's had to come out with a new set of umpire. James Treble is over there. Now, will Brenda get a round of applause? I bet she will. Good old Brenda. Well done. She's done what she needs to do. And Sussex on the pitch are doing what they need to do. 85 for 1. All on 39, Clark on 35. These two have added 70 for this second wicket. And it really does look at this stage, you know, it's always right and proper to be respectful to the opposition, but it's really pretty difficult to see there's very much Leicestershire can do about this at the moment. And in truth, it's just been one of those days, and I'm sure when they finish down here at Hove, they'll probably just say, well, let's just put this game behind them. It just hasn't been their day at all. It's going to be Roman Walker running away on the wicket, coming into bowl to Ali Orr, who strokes this into the covers, and there is no run. But let's not take anything away from Sussex. They've been right at it from the beginning of the match, really set up by Arik Harvelas, who took 4 for 21 in his 8 overs. 3 wickets for Delray Rawlins. And it really has been a terrific performance by Sussex. Someone in the press box, their phone has just gone off with the Test Match special jingle, as in comes Walker bowls, played to backward point by Orr. And he thought it was out. He thought it was a catch, but it was a bump ball we could clearly see from here. And there is no run. Total remains on 85 for 1. Clark on 35, Orr on 39. Orr's 39 have come off 28 balls. Clark's 35 off 41 deliveries. Sorry, we're picking up a conversation there on the phone next door on our effects microphone. In comes Walker bowls and clipped away beautifully through mid-wicket. It's racing across the outfield. Is it going to make it for 4? Yes, it will. Lovely shot by Ali Orr, just slightly over-pitched from Roman Walker and clipped away by Ali Orr beautifully through mid-wicket. He picks up another boundary. He goes to 43. And Sussex to 89 for 1.
Doing this at a canter.
Oh, they are. Yeah, brief alarm when Harrison Ward was out, but since then these two have really put back the ball. Walker in again, bowls to Orr, who's looking to pull that. It's a wide delivery taken down the leg side. I was just saying, it's in terms of Leicestershire, it's one of those. I'm sure that Paul Nixon will say, look, we just need to forget this. You can't dwell. They've had 2 good wins. It's been a poor performance by Leicester, and I'm sure they all know that.
It has, but I don't know whether it can be completely written off in that respect. The certain players really are terribly out of form at the moment.
In comes Walker bowls, and Orr. That's strange. I think it was a slower delivery, and Orr was rather deceived. The ball ended up in the gloves of Harry Swindles, and there is no run.
And he's going to have to think about that a little bit. You would have thinking particularly of sort of Harry Swindles, who can't buy a run at the moment. Wicket-keeping options are limited. Whether Hill goes back to taking the gloves, he's a very competent wicket-keeper.
Walker in bowls, and Orr tucks this off the hip down to deep backward square. Picks up a single. The batsman nearly collide in the middle of the pitch, but Orr goes to 44, and the Sharks to 91 for 1, leading 30 to win.
But if he were to do that, they could bring in another genuine batsman, so to speak. Has to be an option.
Ackerman and Mike are big misses, aren't they, in this competition?
They are, and Parkinson, of course. Yeah.
Walker around the wicket comes in and bowls to Clark, who flicks. That's a beautiful shot. That was a class shot by Tom Clark. That really was, pitching around middle and leg, and he absolutely belted the ball through mid. He just adjusted his shot slightly. It was a fine shot. He goes to 39, and the Sharks to 95 for 1. 26 needed to win, and we've had 14 overs. I was just reading the other scores in that Southern group while you were... Sorry, in the other group, not Southern group. The other group. Warwickshire 293 for 5 against Surrey. Surrey 10 without loss in reply. So we'll see how things pan out. In fact, we were talking about Hampshire earlier on. Could they get to 400? They got 396 for 5 against Kent at Beckenham. Yeah, it's always a good track at Beckenham, and you might see Kent get close to that. Anyway, we've seen 3 big sixes here, 2 from Orr, and Clark's was a big 6 as well over the wicket.
Beautiful pick-up, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was beautifully timed.
Tom Scriven will continue from the Cromwell Road end. He was on the receiving end from Clark in his previous over. Runs in and bowls. Clark has a little feel for one outside off stump, trying to dab it down to find third man. Could easily have dabbed it in to the gloves of Swindles, but fortunate not to get that little tickle. Didn't go quite as far, that 6 from Clark. The cars on the mid-wicket boundary inside the ground were in danger there.
Yes,
momentarily. Scriven is in, guiding it down towards backward point is Ali Orr. Falling backwards as he makes the stop is Rian Mulder, but he does make the stop. So he's come rather not crashing back down to earth, Mulder, as he watches a gull wheel overhead above him. Just 27, and then his bowling was dismantled, I think we can say, by Ali Orr. 2 immense 6s, beautifully picked up. Scriven is in. Clark is almost beaten there. He has to adjust at the last second, and the ball sort of squeezes off bat and pad past the off stump, a good foot or so away from it, so it wasn't threatening the off stump, but he did have to adjust and end up blocking a delivery that was looking to drive away. It looks fairly straightforward for him at the moment, though. Ali Orr, he's 44 off 34. Clark, even with that huge 6, 39 off 42. Scriven is in again, leaning forward, playing slightly across the line is Orr, but getting plenty of bat on it as he pushes the delivery off middle and leg out towards Patel at mid-wicket. Well, Leicester City, I can at least say, are winning as well. Not as spectacularly as Brighton and Hove Albion. They had 1-0 up against Brentford at half-time.
So all is well with Leicester City, if not that.
I don't know if they'd agree with that. In goes Scriven outside off stump, allowed to go through by Orr. There's much complaints about the fact that they have not bought a single player during the break, short as it was, and a couple have obviously left. And a couple of the big players are also being eyed up by other clubs. Offers coming in.
Big clubs with deep pockets, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, indeed. In goes Scriven, and bowl's pulled by Orr, but didn't get it quite. Came a thick bottom edge, and as a consequence, Patel is able to dive across to his right and field on about the third bounce at mid-wicket. That was a decent over.
It was a maiden over.
From Tom Scriven,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken, the very first of the innings. 95 for one after 15 then. Is the score. Just 35 overs remain to Sussex. They're under huge scoreboard pressure to score 25 runs. 26 runs.
That was a good over. It's made an over. We're going to give it a spin, aren't we? Or
Hang on, is this Louis Kimber's going to bowl? Well, this is highly unexpected. Kimber is a useful, or purports to be a useful off-spinner.
right.
And the fact that Nat Bowley was left out, the regular off-spinner, but you would, under these circumstances, Leicestershire normally turn to Aaron Lilly, who sort of purveys a fiddly little off-spin of his own, but they've decided to have a little look at Louis Kimber, who's, as I say, a very tall young man, and I do remember him bowling in a couple of games last season. As I remember, he gives it a bit of a tweak, so we'll see. It's an interesting step forward by Leicestershire, or perhaps experiment.
It's going to be Kimber. Around the wicket comes in and bowls to Tom Clark. He plays with caution. Kimber feels of his own bowling. And you're saying the Leicester lads have been away for best part of a week then, really, Richard, because they went down to Guildford on Tuesday, then Radlett, down here to Hove, so they'll be glad to get back home as Clark eases that down the ground and picks up a single. He goes to 45, 96 for one.
Yes, they went down on Monday, so, yeah, as you say, pretty much a week.
Yeah, they'll be back up to Leicestershire tonight and getting ready. A few days off for the Leicester boys ahead of the game against Somerset on Friday. A game you can hear, of course, live on BBC as we continue our cricket coverage right through the season. In comes Kimber bowls and Orr is forward. Played out into the offside. Kimber fields off his own bowling. There is no run. Orr is a big back twiddler. He just waits as in comes Kimber and bowls, and Orr is beaten. In fact, it beats everybody. It beats the batsman, it beats the wicket keeper, swindles as well, but nonetheless he hurriedly turns around and chases after the ball. There is no run.
Apologies for the sound of a plane landing on the outfield.
Kimber ball. And Orr is at it, heading it down the ground, but he's going to be caught. Long on and swindled. Sorry, Ali Orr is out. Caught down here at long on by Roman Walker off of the bowling of Louis Kimber. Ali Orr's furious with himself. He's sort of walked away from the crease and twiddled his bat as if to say, what did I do that for? He's hit it straight down the throat of long on. And Orr has gone for 44. Highly entertaining innings. 2 massive sixes. But he'd have liked to have Sussex over the line if he could have done, but unfortunately it's not going to happen. He's gone for 44, but Sussex still in that. 44 in 40 balls, 67 minutes, 4 fours and 2 sixes. Gets a good round of applause, Ali Orr, who's turning into a very accomplished young cricketer as he makes his way off the ground, and a new man coming out surely to see Sussex home to victory is Chiteshwar Pujara.
I won't quickly forget those sixes he hit off Vian Mulder.
No, they were huge.
Immense blows. Beautiful timing. They weren't violent either. It was just perfect timing. But I'm impressed with Kimber. There's been nothing wrong with any of those deliveries.
No, indeed.
And he was an off-spinner of some ability. Sort of really seen one turn, but there was nice flight, and everyone has been absolutely on the money. His first 5 balls, and he's picked up his wicket. His first in the Royal London Cup. Walker made no mistake.
No, he didn't. There's a punch of 81 between Orr and Clark. So the new man is Pujara. You're out for
44 or 40.
Thank you. So Pujara is the new man. A slipper's gone in place. Just the one run off the over.
Feather in the cap for Kimber if he were to get to
Not many.
Pajara.
Yeah, not many. Here he comes, bowls, and Pajara led back. He kept it a little low, actually.
Did.
He played it without timing into the offside. So good over by Louis Kimber. Well done him. Just the one run coming off it. A wicket taken. Sussex are 96 for 2, needing 25 to win. Clark on 40. Pajara yet to score. We're going to get another change at the... No, it's going to be Scriven again who's going to...
Well, there haven't been
Or is it...
yes, it is. There haven't been too many positives for Leicestershire from this game, but if... From this game, not the first two, obviously plenty from those, but if Louis Kimber is clearly an option as a spinner, that is something to take forward. Scriven bustles in from the Cromwell Road end and bowls to Tom Clark, who drives past Kimber, and that's a long chase back to the long off boundary for Hill. Puts in the slide, turns and gets his throwaway. 3, I believe, taken there by Tom Clark. He moves on to 43, 99 for 2. The Sussex score, just 22 more runs now needed. Kimber will go into slip for Pajara. Checks his guard. Looked like middle to me from where we are. We're viewing. We have a very good view between Swindles at wicketkeeper and Kimber, who's now standing at second slip. So we're standing at a sort of fairly fine first slip, so to speak, as Scriven is in. Pajara is just walking forward into that defensive push. Lily feels and shies for some reason at the stumps at the non-striker's end. This is them. Hill backs up.
Sorry, there's a noisy seagull somewhere, isn't there?
Is there any other kind?
No.
I must admit, as I said, brought up on the coast, it's a very homely and familiar sound to me. Those are the gulls. In goes Scriven and Bowl squares up Pajara a little bit. He was looking to work that one, I think, on the leg side, and not quite a leading edge, but certainly off the outside part of the bat.
Yeah, I would agree. For one moment, I thought I bowled him.
Scriven has certainly been as a positive of these 3 games as well. He's bowling, he is in, and that one is whipped away through mid-wicket by Cheteshwar Pajara. Hill again sprints after the ball out towards wide long on, puts in the slide, picks up on the slide, throws to Scriven, who applauds his skipper. 3 runs to Cheteshwar Pajara, and that takes Sussex into 3 figures, 102 for 2. Tom Clark 43, Pajara 3, and just 19 more runs now needed.
Yeah, that was good by the skipper, actually. You know, he chased hard. He knows it's a lost cause, but at least you're a good example set on what's been a difficult day for Leicester.
Scriven is in to Clark, who's driving hard down into the ground, bounces out to Hill at mid-off. No run.
Just looks at his bat there. Look at Tom Clark's list A score. He's made 2. In fact, he made 100 against Leicestershire at Leicester earlier on this season.
He made ones here against Leicestershire as well.
Yes.
Second innings, I think it was. Scriven is in. He's advancing down the wicket and driving. Hill's not going to get there this time. He tried to get across to cut it off, but good shot from Tom Clark. Used his feet to get to the pitch of the ball, put his weight into the drive and steered it out to exactly the same spot to which Hill has chased twice previously. This time all he can do is jog after the ball as it comes to a rest in the advertising hoardings in front of the players' dressing rooms. Clark onto 47, Sussex 106 for 2 at the end of the 17th over.
I think this is his highest list A score. He played 5 matches, and his highest score before today was 44. So, little landmark for Tom Clark. It's going to be Louis Kimber, who's going to carry on from this. And why not? Having picked up a wicket of Alior, comes into bowl to Pajara. Just the one slip in place. And Bajara, oh, there we go. He wants to get on the Six Fest as well. Well held, sir. Yes. Well held, sir. With the sunglasses on. Great catch. And all his mates go, big hugs all round. That's made his day. He was one of those who was running in to see the score when the Albion scored. So he's had a lovely day. What a catch.
It was a good catch. Took it sort of sideways on, didn't he?
No messing.
No.
6 to Bajara. In comes Kimber bowls and Bajara just eases that down the ground, picks up a single. Bajara goes to 10. Sussex needing 8 to win.
I do hope somebody managed to capture it on their phones as it sailed towards that hospitality marquee.
Great catch, wasn't it?
Perfect catch.
I don't know if it'll be on the club stream. Probably. Well, it might be. It depends how wide angle the camera is. It was a terrific catch. Anyway, Kimber. On his way again, bowls, and Clark is... Oh, well, he was very nearly bowled. Oh. He's got an inside edge, which rather sums up Leicestershire's day, to be honest. Picks up a couple of runs, does Tom Clark. Yeah, they were runs as well. He goes to 49, so within one of a maiden list day half-century for Tom Clark. He could a 6 to win the match. Let's see if he can do it. In comes Kimber bowls, and Clark eases that to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
That previous shaved leg stump.
It must have done.
Goodness me.
Must have been a coat of varnish, I think. Kimber. In and bowls, and Clark. There we are, that's his 50. Beautifully played through backward point, and that's a very fine innings by Tom Clark. Who so far hasn't had the greatest competition, but that was a really good half-century. 50 for Tom Clark. Coming off of, here come the stats. 53 off 50 balls in 61 minutes, 7 fours and a 6. And that's a very fine knock by young Tom Clark, and Sussex now just needing the 2 to win. As in comes Kimber and bowls, and Clark is driving to backward point, and there is no run. It is the end of the over, at the end of the 18th over. Sussex are 119 for 2.
Well, I like what I've seen of Kimber. Every ball has landed. Every ball has been pretty much where he wanted to. Could easily have picked up a second wicket there.
Yeah.
Yes, Bajara wiped him into the hospitality marquee. There was nothing particularly wrong with the delivery, it's got to be said. It was a bit of a sort of, to be honest, and you whisper it when you're talking about Bajara, a bit of a sort of slog into what is known as Cow Corner here at the county ground, but he didn't half middle it. And Adrian will see Sussex over the line.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Richard. It's going to be Tom Scriven who's going to come running in from the Cromwell Road into bowl to Bajara, who hits that away over deep backward square. It's going to run away for 4 runs, and that indeed is it. Off the first ball of the 18th over, and Sussex have won convincingly here by 8 wickets. Players all shake hands. Bajara finishes not out on 14. Tom Clark finishes not out on 53. So the runs coming in 18 overs and 1 baller. A convincing win for Sussex. Terrific bowling by Ari Carvelos really set things up, picking up those 4 wickets for 21. 3 for Delray Rawlins. Resistance from VM Mulder, who made 27, but he really couldn't find anyone to bat around him. And it's just been one of those days for Leicestershire today. Take nothing away from Sussex, who have bowled extremely well and send this run chase home. Leicester just having one of those days here today. They play Somerset next on Friday. Sussex will also with a trip to the Midlands. They'll be going to play Birmingham, and in good heart, having won in 2 of their 3 matches. I can see Chris Wright just coming off the ground. Is that his young son he's gone to see there? Or someone? There's a young lad who's come on the field. Don't know if it's Chris's son or... Anyway, someone's come on with a bat, and Chris Wright just ran across and gave him his cap. So maybe that's a friend of the family. I don't know. But that was a lovely touch from Chris Wright. The players, the Sussex lads coming down from the dressing room, they'll be delighted with their day's work. And I think Richard, well, of Sussex have played just one of those days for Leicestershire today.
Yes, I guess they might have been a little bit tired, a little bit of a reaction to the road trip, but even so, they'll be very, very disappointed with the way they've played. When you have momentum in a one-day competition, it's important if you lose a game, to not lose it badly, if you know what I mean, to still take an awful lot of positives from the game. So this has been a bit of a sort of bringing back down to earth, and Sussex did that in a lot of style here at Hove, and that will lift them going on forward into what looks as though it's going to be quite an interesting group, and whether anyone will actually